Dolphins have a game Sunday. Who knew?
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Good flipping morning, everybody. How's it going? Another episode of Coffee and a Cup of Color. Yours truly, Culler on the mic, representing the Fins tailgate. We dropping a tailgate 10:45 in the morning. Yes, I'm a little late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm a little late. I can't help it. There's just such great content all around in the morning. Getting all kinds of news and things to look at. And I also got on a phone call with a friend, and it ran a little long. And so here I am, and here we are. We have a football game Sunday, in case anybody forgot. So we're going to talk about the latest news. Of course, you've heard Dolphins have placed quarterback Tua Tagovailoa on injured reserve, which will guarantee that we don't see him for at least 4 ball games. People weren't sure if it was going to happen. The team wasn't sure if it was going to happen. But everybody was sure it was going to happen, and it has happened. Tua reiterating that he is not going to reconsider retirement. So as of this point, all we can do is go on the fact that our quarterback will be back in 4 ball games. And so our team and our backup, in support of our backup and our coach and everybody else, needs to get their damn ducks in a row, because you can't be playing like you did on Thursday night and expect to get expect to have any kind of table set for Tua to come back to. If you're not convinced that Tua is coming back, I don't blame you. I'm not convinced either. I'm still about 50-50 that he ever plays it down in the league again. But it doesn't matter if it's Tua or if it's somebody else. I'm just not a tanker. I'm not in it to tank. I think that there's 3 quarterbacks at least right now in the league that are proving that you can find good talent under center for the team we've built without having to utilize the draft. Derek Carr, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield. There's just 3 examples right there. Unless you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have such a stellar collection of players as we do. Now, I know that there are those in the community that are just absolutely, completely feel like they've been fooled and that our team is just not as good as we think it is. And it's hard for me to push back on that. It really is. I want to be me. I want to be Culler. I want to be the guy that says, nah, here's the reason why we are actually a good team and this and that and the other. But until we stop getting punched in the mouth and laying over like a bunch of little babies, what am I supposed to tell these people? Some of them are my good friends. So what am I going to waste my energy or their energy as a friend trying to push back on a narrative when the evidence supports what they're saying? Like this team is proven to be soft. I'm not saying the players are soft. Any one of them would clobber me in the next week, but the team, you can say soft, you can say whatever, but there's a difference between a collection of players and a team. A collection of players says it's up in the air whether Tua is going to come back. Instead of planning for him to come back, and if he doesn't, continuing the season with a viable veteran and trying to win anyway, jeopardizing your draft position, knowing you don't have a shot to win. A collection of players says, "No, we're just going to catch our paycheck the rest of the year, burn all the fans' excitement, and at least some of the fans will be happy that we're going to have a nice high draft position next year." And that's fine. They're fair to think that. Everybody can fan their own way. I mean, I'm just not. I think there are other ways to go about it in our situation than just giving up and tanking. Now, of course, every bit of that could change by Monday morning, depending on the performance that we end up getting out of the team. Because what a team does is they say, hey, you know what? There is no tomorrow. We can't say, Skyler is every bit as much as this part of this team as anybody else. So is Tua. And if Tua is going to come back, wouldn't it be beneficial to us if we truly believe in Tua? And I'm speaking to the people that are not finding every reason they can to pat Tua on the head and say, oh, you're great, but because even some of his most staunch fans have had enough if they're not the Alabama type fan. And they're saying, good job. We know you're the greatest, but unfortunately we can't have the greatest because we can't have an injury prone quarterback, whatever it may be. And they just want to ignore what happened Thursday night before the injury. Now, a fair-minded person would think if our team can't even show up for Tua because everybody wants to take it off of Tua and put it on the team, total team, which is fair. But when we're talking about individual performances across the team, there was still plenty enough for a quarterback that we claim to be the greatest quarterback we've had in the last 30 years. We have enough for that quarterback to have overcome. Because when I look at the stat line for certain things that are now the returns are finally being updated and finished updating, I'm looking at a picture from Thursday night that more correlates with what I saw. And that was absolute horrendous quarterback play. because I'm going to show you in a minute that it wasn't quite as bad team-wise as you might think. There are plenty of places throughout that game where you say, yeah, that team member didn't perform. And so, yes, we lose as a team, and we lost as a team. And we will win or lose as a team. So let's say Tua never got injured. Let's just say for a second that Tua never got injured. Would you all be saying, let's tank the rest of the year? Some of you would. I mean, some of you I noticed to stand on business and be like, oh, we weren't what we thought we were. Let's pull the plug now, even with Tua in. And I'm just wondering how many of the people I've heard lately would say, yeah, I would tell this team, even if Tua never got hurt, I'd be sitting here telling this team right now, y'all are soft and y'all need to change that. And if you expect to do anything else, if you expect to beat this next team, the Seahawks, y'all need to change something. I wouldn't be saying, throw in the towel, guys. It's over. You are what we all thought you were. Soft. It's over. We have no chance. Because as some people have correctly pointed out, based on how we played as a team and as a quarterback Thursday, it's over, folks. If you don't think we're going to improve from that. Now, I understand that people don't trust Mike McDaniel as they did Flores to lead a bunch of men to turn things around and improve from what happened Thursday. I would even expect Tua to improve from that. So I don't understand why we can't expect Skyler to improve upon his last chance that he had in a playoff game in Buffalo in the winter. When half his receivers decided to drop footballs all day. And a chance for our team to improve upon their lackluster performance Thursday night. So what I'm saying is, why is it that we as fans are already expecting the team to further quit? Because now quitting on Tua wasn't enough. That they're going to have to quit on his backup too, so that he has nothing left to come back to if he does in fact come back. Would that be the players telling Tua not to come back? Would that be saying, guess what, Tua, don't risk it because there ain't going to be no biscuit? Or are they out there encouraging Tua and saying, hey, it's up to you, bro. We're here for you. Well, part of being here for him is playing for Skyler this week. Part of being here for Tua and backing up Tua, if you believe he's coming back, part of that is to cape up and show up and support Skyler Thompson for as long as Coach McDaniel supports him and wants to start him. Because McDaniel, whether y'all want to believe it or not, y'all who like to pick and choose what you believe from the mouths of the organization, Mike McDaniel believes in Skyler, and that's enough for me. That's all it's been enough for you all for Tua. That's all it's been enough for me for Tua. You can say your belief in Mike McDaniel is wavering because of other reasons. That's fine. But you're not going to tell me Mike McDaniel was just trying to make you feel better by saying he believes in Skyler. He believes in Skyler because he believes in himself. It's just like I said about Tua since he's been here. Mike McDaniel believes in Tua because he believes in himself. He's the one that's got to prove it to us and to prove it to himself. There ain't no, oh, Skyler's going to make a difference. Now we're up, season's over. Now, again, if you don't expect Tua to come back and you don't believe in going and getting a veteran to try to do something with this season because you want that draft pick, fine. That's fair. If you're being a realist, because I'm a realist too, okay? And I can understand a realist when they say, no, you know what? Business standpoint, scrap the whole dang thing. This is it. It's over. Let's do what's right for the organization and get ourselves in good position for the future. I can totally respect that opinion. That is not what I'm pushing back against. I wouldn't take that path for myself if I had the decision to make, but I can certainly respect people that would. That's not the issue I'm pushing on right now. This idea that the season is over simply because our team is not going to show up for Skyler. Tell them that. And if they agree with you, then each one of them needs to take the podium and tell us that out of their own mouths and own up to that. So we can go tell the rest of the league, hey, when you take this player from us, this is what you're getting. A quitter. Play for that, Dolphins. Play for that. If you don't want to play for Skyler, play for yourselves. Play for your own dignity. So that when a player, when we do tank and every one of your asses are out of here, and another player, another fan from another team asks me, hey, we got so-and-so from y'all. What do you think about him? I know I can say, hey, that's a great player as long as your number one quarterback don't get injured. As long as everything is just so, that's a great player. Hit the like button, everybody. I want to welcome all of you who are listening or watching. Marino's GOAT, first one in chat. How you doing this morning? Voice is slowly getting better. I'm going to let most of y'all do the talking who want to call in, because this is also a call-in show today. It's Wednesday. I want y'all to tell me what you think about this game coming up and how you feel about all the team going forward in general from whatever angle you want. It's your floor. I'm going to bring y'all up one at a time today so that y'all can have your own floor. And I'll be doing nothing but asking clarifying questions. You won't be debating me. We'll get to that soon. I just want to bring some information to the table that a lot of people might not be aware of regarding our performance on Thursday night and what it could do and what it could mean for us for Sunday, dependent, of course, upon whether this team wants to show up or not. See, everything I'm going to say, most people are going to be like, you're off your rocker, Culler, we're losing. I get it. This ain't for those people. This is simply to say, if you really want to still root for this team and root for a win and want to know how it's possible that we could, I can offer my ideas. But my ideas are only dependent upon the players showing up. Because I firmly believe that we can beat this team with Skyler if our team shows up. And that includes the coaching staff. We're facing a team that had to take overtime to beat the New England Patriots. But we are traveling across country. We did just come off a divisional opponent on a Thursday night. Yeah, I thought so too, MTG. And keep in mind, everybody, that before the season started, I had us losing this game already with Tua. Because I just thought that the physicality and the emotional output that we would have had to put out to beat Jacksonville and Buffalo back to back would have depleted us for a cross-country travel to Seattle, which is known to be a very tough place to play. And that's a tough team. So I already had us losing this game before the season started. So I want everybody to already pump the brakes on blaming Skyler for everything already. Because the evidence supports what I'm saying. It don't matter whether you believe Skyler's trash and we ain't got no shot and everything's going to be his fault and blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. You can believe that. But the evidence supports the opposite of that. And if I'm wrong on Monday morning and it looks disgusting and we're not even competitive, I'll be wrong. Guess what? Ain't the first time. But I could also still come to you and say, I was wrong, but the evidence still supported what I was saying. That's what people are failing to realize. I don't believe in Skyler. I'm not Pete. Shout out to Pete, by the way. On the verge of, he's on the verge of a lot of greatness, people. Because you know what happens if we win this game. Why do you think you ain't heard from Pete? The friend of mine that I was just on the phone with and I were having this conversation a minute ago. Why do you think y'all haven't heard much from Pete this week? You think he should be out there doing victory laps? Yo, Lou, good morning, Lou. Shout out to Lou. Lewis says the word of the day is mindset. Jalen Phillips comes to mind. Yeah, I'm getting to that here in a second. I just now saw that. Like I just actually, I haven't read, but I heard the nature of what's actually in it. And it's, yeah. This is why, even though I had a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about, I've been rambling on about this for the first 25 minutes of the show because it got me hot, Lou. And it's precisely what's going to make you guys right on Monday morning that we're done. And it'll also tell me that they're pretty sure Tua, it's more on the other 50% of the side that he's not coming back. And they probably already know it. That's what I suspect that's what people's mood is after reading what Jalen Phillips had to write. I'm going to read it myself here in a minute because I haven't actually read through the whole thing with my own eyes. We're going to get my instant reaction right here on the show. Good morning to you as well, Lou. And great show again last night over at the Blitz Pickup. Make sure y'all are checking them out and subscribing to the Blitz Pickup. Michael K says, this should be another great show. Second one in the chat this morning. Of course, Michael K. I wouldn't do a show if it wasn't going to be great. And thank you, Manolo Rivera, for the compliment. As long as I can hold it up. It's getting rough this week. And I really like to help Cap since I'm home for the away game. I'd like to help Capitan call the game this week. It's going to be a little rough if I don't get off this dang mic. But it's Wednesday. How could I resist giving y'all a place to speak? That's why I'm doing one at a time and not getting involved hardly because I'll just let y'all talk. Let y'all have your own individual soapbox today. Because I understand all the different emotions, man. It really sucks what we're going through right now. Like, it sucks to have everything. Like, even if you didn't believe in Tua, you still felt like, hey, things are going the way they should. And not talking about Thursday night's performance, but I would still feel like, hey, we got to change. We got to fix this, that, and the other. And we still can't beat Buffalo. That sucks. On to Seattle, and we'd be talking about how we're going to whoop the shit out of them. Now we're like, we're not going to get another win. I mean, bro, come on. Thank you, Cap. I wanted to get into that today, and I'm glad I have the actual details on it now from Bleacher. That's quite interesting. We'll get to that in a minute. Cap just sent me an interesting article from Bleacher referring to his contract. Sean from Red, White, and Bills also in here to help gloat on behalf of the Bills fan base. Jamar's over in Jacksonville. Fins up. And, of course, Jamaican from Zion. We know where he's at. He's in Zion. Everybody take a puff for Jamaican from Zion, JFZ. Aquavision, how's it going? And of course, resident Chargers fan, NFL is lit. Might come out and see y'all one of these days. I'd rather go to SoFi to see y'all than the other whatever you want to call them, Rams. They're still the St. Louis Rams to me. Cat for life, what's up, man? You got Moss up in Canada, Moss Sports World, and of course KP, the immaculate Kari P. 310 Mike, how's it going, buddy? Of course, Lou. Lou's been on fire, man. Tell you what, he's in the realist camp, but I understand it. Again, I'm in the realist camp too. I see what's going on here too. Like Teddy said, you know, even Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see what's going on here. But we'll see if I'm there Monday morning. I might be there Monday morning. That's for sure. Because it'll be patently obvious if the team don't show up. They think we don't know what it looks like, Lou. That's what's insulting to me, Lewis, is that these organizations think we don't know what that looks like. F Money 1234. How's it going? Well, F Money, we'll see how strong of fans they are, because if the tank is in, you got to be some kind of fan to follow it through that. And we at the Fins Tailgate will be here right along through, all the way through. And we're going to remember every one of y'all that keep coming and watching and chatting it up all through it, if that's where we're headed. Pretty easy to come on these, these channels and rah, sis, boom, bah, we got a chance. But can you do it when nobody's in the stadium? I know I'll be in the stadium. It's quite nice to be at the stadium when it's empty. Real easy going, easy to get out of the parking lot. Easy to see what's going on. Who's who, what's what. It's like watching a bunch of preseason games. What's up, Kevin? Nene, of course. Nene's in the building. Vamos Gatos 89. That's also Kane's 89. You might remember him. Flava J. See, did I miss anybody? Ms. Relentless. NMTG. Of course, Jamie Reichart. And let's see, who else? I think that's just about everybody for right now. Word of mouth. What's up, man? I see you coming in. Man, I talked a lot before I said hi to everybody. Shake Money's in here. X Factor. AP Ryan. I see y'all. Craig Sebring. EM just rolled in the building, poking his eyes at everybody. I see you too. I'd love to hear your thoughts on all what's going on. We ain't heard from the great EM in a couple days. Been a while. People are waiting for you with bated breath, man. I see you, Roadrunner. Good morning. So I was chopping it up with a Bills fan. You all know him. You all love him. Red, white, and Bills. I know that kind of sucks, level 2 noob. Because even if we tank, we ain't gonna get the guy we want. We ain't gonna get Cam Ward. Just all there is to it. Carolina has to get out from underneath that Bryce Young debacle. They have to get the best. They're not going to trade nobody, nothing. No. Our only hope is if Cam Ward were to refuse to play there, and it was one of those situations. But I'm pretty sure Cam Ward wants to get out of the heat of Miami. He'd be perfectly fine playing in Carolina. That's another thing people forget all the time is, how little people want to play here once they get here. They're like, holy shit, it's hot. I didn't realize it was that hot. Get me out of here. Listening to the eulogy, huh, Sal? Yeah, it's what it's sounding like. Look, I haven't lost my optimism, and it's simply because I refuse to ignore, situations in the past that we've been in that are very similar to this, where we did get a very, very competitive performance from Skyler and most people on the team. I think for the most part, I didn't see Mike McDaniel pulling any punches when it came to play calling in that game, which he's been known to do for our backups when there was more political issues on the line. I don't care. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. And guess what? Everybody can say whatever they want now, right? We're all open now. Nobody's getting mobbed for having bad opinions anymore. That's refreshing to see. Oh, maybe that's because the two in ears aren't in the conversation anymore. I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? My fault. What's up, Mudbone? But I don't think Mike McDaniel pulled any punches in that playoff game. I think for the most part, most of the team didn't pull any punches. And I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't think that even when you look at the 3 drops by Jalen Waddle, the clear drop by Tyreek Hill that stymied a drive that would have been a first down and a large gain. And of course, the large gain drop by Mike Gesicki. Any one of those in a 3-point ball game can change the entire complexion of the game. We could have still lost by 3. But that stat line that people that want to throw shade on Skyler keep throwing out there for that game would certainly look a lot different than it did. Because I think a lot of people have a certain idea of what that stat line looked like because they see the quarterback rating and all this other stuff, and they're like, oh my gosh, it was so bad. It was so bad. So bad. He had 45 attempts, 18 completions. One touchdown and 220 yards. Yards gained per pass completion, 12.2. Did anybody know that? So you're telling me if we got a quarterback that's throwing passes at 12 yards a clip, completing them at 12 yards a clip, if we got that for an hour straight of football time, that don't give us a good chance to win a ball game? Tell me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking, man, 12 yards per pass. If you can increase that completion from, number, dang. So let's say he got 5 more completions on the day. Let's say he was 23 for 45. At 12 yards a clip, what is that? 12 times 5. $67? No, 60. That's another 60 yards. That's 280 on the day. Likely another touchdown. Now, we already know Waddle dropped 3 passes. I'll give you one of them, 2 of which should have been caught. Both of which would have been 40-plus yard gains. That's just Jalen Waddle alone. It was a 3-point ball game. And everybody leading up to that week, I've said this before. I said it yesterday. I said it the day before. I heard we are going to lose this game to Buffalo 42-7. That's what I heard that week. For all the same reasons. The only thing this week that I'm not convinced of is whether the team's going to show up or not. Whether the coach is going to show up or not. Or whether we have already thrown in the towel on this season. That's what I'm waiting to see Sunday. I have no doubt if this team shows up and the coach shows up for Skyler, I have no doubt that Skyler will be sufficient enough for us to get a W in this game. None. No doubt other than that, again, traveling cross country, the distraction, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I get it. The fact that I could be wrong and Skyler could really be trash and the Buffalo game was an aberration. That all could be true. But it's not going to be because the evidence showed that. So if I'm wrong, it's not going to be because the evidence was against me. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I always have been. If this world would be a little more perfectly fine with being wrong when they're coming from a place of education, we'd be better off as a world. It's okay to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong. I don't think I'm going to be wrong. But people that are not only throwing this game away, but throwing away the entire season have to consider something. Let's say it's really bad and we only eke out one win out of the next 4 and we go 1-3. The last time I checked, that would give us 4 losses for Tua to come back to. That would give him a buffer zone of 2 losses, and we could still go 11-6. If it ain't Tua coming back, it could be our backup improving. It could be Tyler Huntley. It could be we bring in a veteran. The bottom line is, even if we lost all 4, we'd still only have 5 losses. So it really is incumbent upon our coach, because the last coach took 1-7 and turned it around with much less to operate with and the same quarterback. Well, Tua in that regard. Now, a lot of people, oh, well, that just did us in for the draft. Well, okay. I mean, if that's how it's seen, then it really doesn't matter if it was Tua, because you're basing that on the way the team performed Thursday night. And that makes no difference who's under center. So you would have to take the same position that the season is already over, even if Tua was still here. And if you're willing to take on that position, that's fine. That makes you fair. But I want to point something out about the other night. This is according to Pro Football Reference, who has been known on occasion. I've like if I've looked at them too early in the week, they've been known to give me premature numbers. So after I saw what I saw this morning, I want everybody to know that I looked at the site, and it says that they are updated completely by Tuesdays at 6 p.m. That doesn't mean that their server isn't having problems or whatever. Okay. But it's now Wednesday. At 11:30 or so in the morning. And this is what their stats are showing. Tua's pressure percentage against the Bills Thursday night was 7.1%. Now I'm gonna promise you guys and gals as an audience that I'm gonna look at this on Friday to make sure that there isn't a problem with their server finishing its update or something. For now, I'm gonna go with the numbers from Pro Football Reference. which is what the site I always use, and has been completely accurate thus far. Tua was 25, was 17 for 25, 145 yards, 8 first downs. Pressure rate of 7.1%. And a bad throw percentage of 28%. 0 drops. Against Jacksonville, his pressure rate was 14.6%. Blitzed 11 times. Which, by the way, Buffalo blitzed 0, according to Pro Football Reference. And to his bad throw percentage against Jacksonville was 19.4%. 1 drop. It just baffles me again, at least for the O-line, how we can say that the team didn't show up. According to ESPN Analytics, our offensive line is currently ranked 8th in the league for their run block win rate. Now, if you're telling me that our team is not going to show up this week, then there's no point in me even talking. But if they show up, I don't understand how we can't find a way to beat the Seattle Seahawks just because of Skylar Thompson. Now, I want to point something out as well about the other night. Very, very small sample size, so I'm not trying to be unfair here. Okay. But in 8 completions on 14 attempts, while our superstars sat on the sideline, Skylar Thompson completed 4 first downs in just over a quarter of football. 3 series, I want to say. It showed his snaps count as 21. It's roughly 2, 3, or 4 series. 4 first downs he led the team to. Intended air yards per pass attempt, 9.1. In the almost 3 quarters that Tua played, he led the team to 8 first downs. And his intended air yards per pass attempt was 7.2. If I was a coach, I would be finding a way to game plan to take advantage of those differences. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just saying they're different, obviously. So we need our coach to show up. We need our team to perform. And if they don't, that's on them. And if they don't, they weren't going to do it anyway. This idea that we're over because of Skylar Thompson is just absolute wrong. Even if he has a bad game and all of that, it's still wrong. Because nobody can be as bad as a 28% bad throw percentage when you're only being pressured 7.1% of the time. Nobody can be that bad. You think we're ever going to beat Buffalo with a quarterback performance like that? And we won't even know for another 4 weeks. So as the title of the show says, I am calling upon the team and the coaches to win 4 FOUR for the Gipper. So the show's titled For the Gipper. I posted the link for anybody that wants to call in today. I'm just going to talk and bring up some other. I'm going to read this Jalen Phillips tweet or whatever it was, Instagram post. And if anybody wants to come up and say something, you're more than welcome to. You'll have the floor all by yourself. Everybody, make sure you're hitting the like button and you're subscribing to the channel. We are nearing the 2 hour mark. The 1 hour mark. We're at the 2-minute warning of the 1 hour mark. And I appreciate everybody that's here listening. G coming in. Make sure you're going to TFTG.network.com. That's TFTGnetwork.com. And you can find all that is TFTG there. Links to all of our socials, all of our content, as well as the shop page where you can find all of our TFTG gear, including the crowd favorite Cooking Folk apron, because, man, there has been some cooking going on by the Rabbit Dolphin, that's for sure. So it looks like we got Craig Sebring that wants to say a few things. How we doing this morning, Craig?
Pretty good, Culler. How about you?
I'm doing all right. What do you got to say this morning?
Well, I got to say this. Whether Tua comes back or not, we are not tanking. These guys are professionals, and I don't think they'll try their best. And whether we win or lose, I think they'll be out there trying.
Right. And how does that make you feel as far as our chances going forward?
I think we're pretty good. I like Skylar. I like that we got Tyler Huntley. Look, the fact is, like, you look at it, I mean, Tyreek and Waddle, they basically checked out of that game against Buffalo, and I don't know. We got to beat Buffalo sooner or later. Maybe it's, and I don't just put it on Tua. You got to put it on the coach. You got to put it on different things. I think we'll beat Buffalo. Their time's coming to an end. Now, whether it's this year, next year, we'll see.
All right, that's that does remain to be seen.
But this stuff, oh, we're gonna tank. Really? You think Ross would be happy if they tank, knowing that he's got to pay all these guys like Tua and Waddle and Tyreek? Well, if Tua doesn't come back, but if you're paying your 2-star wide receivers big money, you think Ross is going to be happy?
I mean, I don't know what he could really do about it.
Well, he could fire and demand trades. I don't know.
I mean, if that's, if we're talking about something like that, then that's an order coming down from him anyway.
Wow.
And likely they're already gone. If that's the case.
Well, I have us beating Seattle 21-17.
21-17, man. That's good.
I'm not
that's
buying.
Nice to hear.
I'm not buying into Seattle. I saw the highlights of both games. They could have lost either game, if not both. New England had them, and just, to quote Dennis Green, they let them off the hook.
How do you feel about our defense being able to help that along, given that, they got the 12th man and all that?
Well, that's why you got to practice that. Like for Skyler, you pipe in noise, like they do that with college teams. You know what I mean? And we'll see. You want to deal with the 12th man? You jump on them early and you keep them quiet the whole game. That's what you do.
Well, I mean, he laid 24 on Buffalo in a playoff game. So I guess if Seattle can score more than that, I guess they can win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But thanks, Craig. I appreciate you. We had somebody else pop in for just
All
a
right,
second.
Color. Well, have a good day, and everybody keep the faith.
Yeah, and thanks for coming up, man, and voicing your opinion there, buddy.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
All right, later. All right. Well, we had somebody by the name of, I guess you can see him in chat, Donald Pump. I don't know who that is, but came up for a minute, but dropped back out. So we'll see if that person comes back up. In the meantime, I'm going to get to reading this Instagram post. Good morning, Jermaine. Good to see you. Yeah. See, now Jermaine understands. I know Jermaine loves Tua. I know Jermaine thinks I'm stupid for liking Skyler. But Jermaine also knows that it don't matter if you got Donald Duck. If Armstead ain't playing, it's probably going to be pretty bad. That's what I mean by the team showing up. Now, if he has a legit injury and it's that bad, I mean, I get it. I'm not referring to the injured guys per se. But hey, what's the old saying, right? About ability or availability. So, good take, Jermaine. As much as I cringe to say that. All right, what'd I do with that post here? Hold on just a moment. I know I just brought it up. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. So apparently this is a post on Instagram by Jalen Phillips. because it's not the image they're showing is not. Oh yeah, okay, it is Jalen Phillips. It's watermarked. So he writes, I have to work really hard to not attach my self-worth and confidence to how I perform on the field. When I have a poor or even just subpar performance, I feel like I'm worthless, like I let my team and fans down, and often my confidence can waver. The self-hatred and doubt can feel so heavy in those moments. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever pull myself out of it. It takes a concerted effort to change my way of thinking in those moments and see the failure slash adversity as a learning experience instead of the end of the world. I pick my head up and fall back on routine and discipline, which are the only things that matter. It's all about the process, not the results. It's so much easier to spiral and self deprecate, but nothing good is ever easy. Keep chopping wood. Things will get better. You can do it. Believe in yourself and trust God. That's a lot of emotion pouring out for whatever the man's dealing with. But I mean, what's that even mean? I mean, what? I'm curious what people are thinking about that because, I mean, other than the fact that, man, that's pretty deep for to be putting out there for having a bad game. And I'm just wondering, uh, wasn't that supposed to be cured when Flores left the building? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't everybody just assume that all his problems were because of Flores? I mean, is he getting traded or something? Well, don't worry, JP. You got a lot of people out there that love you to death, dude. So, you know, I don't know. Get over it. My mom thinks you're an Adonis. So, if that helps you out, I don't know. She loves you to death, so she don't want to see you going nowhere. You'll be all right, dude. Believe me, you'll be all right. I deal with it myself, bro. So trust me, you'll be all right. All you got to do is take a one look at my life and be like, well, that's somebody that didn't get it. At least you get it. Nacho Daddy. Who is this Nacho Daddy? I think that was Donald Pump. Pretty Boy FPV. I think we've seen Pretty Boy before, but we're going to have to be really careful with this one because we've had some flashers around here. All right, there's Nacho Daddy. I remember Nacho Daddy now. What's up, Nacho Daddy? Looks like your connection's kind of having issues. Video's chopping and I don't have your audio yet. We'll see if it gets that worked out. I'm gonna keep you up and see if it works out. So just say something when you hear when you can. When we hear you, we'll let you know. Oh, he dropped off. All right. So again, hit the link if you want to give me your thoughts on what Jalen Phillips is what he said and all that. Seems kind of Seems kind of deep. Of course, we don't know what other, I mean, if he's talking about like the way the season's going and stuff that's happened, I don't know. But if he's got other stuff going on in his life, I don't know. That kind of seems weird to put that out there in public. I know I heard a few people that want to tell the man to man up and see it as a symptom of the mentality of our team. I mean, it's like you got Javon Holland always out there yelling at the fans, always in his feelings about the fans when the fans are only trying to step up for him because everybody wants to blame the defense for Tua's issues. Maybe that's what maybe that's what they do there now, is they just keep blaming the defense for everything, and now you got Jalen Phillips in his feelings because, you know, everything that goes wrong is all their fault. Yeah, that's true, Ryan. That's true. That is definitely true. So let's see here. That's pretty much, you know, all that's going on right now. We don't have any updates. Oh, I know what I needed to get to. This article about Tua's contract. This, according to Bleacher Report, article written by Julia Stoombaugh. Tua Tagovailoa's Dolphins contract has $49.3 million insurance policy amid QB's injury. The Miami Dolphins have a $49.3 million insurance policy on quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, according to a copy of his contract reportedly obtained by ESPN's Dan Graziano. Tua was placed on injured reserve on Tuesday after suffering a concussion last Thursday during the Dolphins' Week 2 loss to the Buffalo Bills. The insurance policy is set to kick in if Tua, oh God, these freaking fly-ins they got. If Tua is not cleared by doctors to return to play, Graziano reported. The 4-year, $212 million contract Tua signed with the Dolphins this season includes $167 million in injury guarantees, $43 million of which have already been paid per Spot Track. The Dolphins will be obligated to pay out the rest of the guaranteed $124 million if Tua is not medically cleared to return to the NFL. Per Spot Track. In that case, Graziano noted that the insurance policy could help offset that total. NBC Sports' Mike Florio previously reported that Tua's contract allows the Dolphins to purchase insurance policies worth up to $49.3 million. This amount applies to injuries suffered between the contract signing in July and the beginning of the Dolphins' offseason workouts in 2025. Florio noted. The maximum insurance the Dolphins can hold on to his contract then decreases each year starting with a drop to 36.9 million in 2025. Tua's retirement would need to be mandated by doctors to trigger both his injury guarantees and the Dolphins' ability to collect the insurance money. Should Tua decide to retire without being medically held off the field, he would be forced to forfeit the remaining $124 million. In that case, the Dolphins could attempt to recoup the bulk of the $42 million signing bonus through that insurance policy. Alternatively, if Tua is medically cleared by March and the Dolphins choose to release him, they could decide to take on $83.6 million in dead cap over the 2025 and 2026 seasons, rather than paying out the rest of his contract. For now, the focus will be on Tua's health as he recovers from the third concussion. He's eligible to return on October 27th for Week 8 against Arizona at the earliest, while he seeks opinions from concussion experts. So there you go. The Dolphins do have ways to recover some money from a potential debacle. That being said, I'm still not convinced Tua is even going to return, and it really depends on the nature of how that happens as to how much we're going to be on the hook for. Now, likely if, as Capitan stated last night, it's likely that if we do end up being on the hook for that money, or I'm sorry, if we're not, that we would still likely give Tua some kind of new contract to pay him out some kind of severance, maybe in the $100 million range, which would allow us to spread that out over a longer period of time. So, in which case we would end up dead capping right off the bat about $33 million. But more to come. We'll keep up with the details here at TFTG as they roll in. Any changes or updates that have to do with Tua and his potential retirement or not, or comeback. All of that is going to be dependent upon the team showing up these next 4 weeks for whoever is under center. So I don't see it as very beneficial for my mental health to dwell on the fact that it's probably our darkest day right now. If you're one of those people that thinks that our season is still recoverable, it is a dark day, but that's just going to aggravate me. So I mean, all I can do is say, hey, I've seen what Skyler can do, and if the team shows up, I think we got a great shot of being pleasantly surprised, as I think a lot of us were after that Buffalo game, especially the ones that predicted we'd lose 42-7. Good morning to you, Miss Fins. How you doing? Let me bring your logo up here, since you're a special friend of the tailgate and the family.
Absolutely, I'm good. I'm good. How you doing?
But you got to promise me in mornings when you come visit the show in the mornings, if you ever do, just for the mornings when you visit, you got to have your other avatar on.
I don't even have it as a thingy here, so I can't. Yeah, yeah.
Because it
I
just
gotta promote the
brightens
channel,
everybody's
bro.
day. It just
I
brightens
gotta.
everybody's day. You look so happy and so encouraged and so optimistic in that avatar. It's like, yeah. Miss Finn,
Yeah, no, I know. It's awesome, but I was trying to tell you, but I think you brought me up so quick. I was like, let me run to the
Oh,
restroom,
I'm
but it's
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
you're good.
didn't
You're
see
good.
it
You're good.
quick enough.
I just wanted to, because I know you were talking about a lot real quick. I just wanted to go ahead and tell you, listen, The
Sure.
season's not over. We're perfectly fine. Ladies and gentlemen, come catch Culler and myself tonight, 8 p.m. on League Wide Wednesdays. We're going to dive into a ton of stuff, but obviously the entire NFL, because there's a bunch of news. And I'm going to pick your brain about the Strauss. And I don't know if you heard the Strauss and Williams conversation, because I think that's actually kind of interesting, but we'll talk about that tonight.
No,
As
I'm not
far
even
as
familiar with that.
yeah, as far as the what do you call it,
So
the season itself,
mhm.
we're fine. I expect McDaniel. My expectations of my head coach is to put this team where it needs to be, and spend every single possible practice time minute to let Skyler play with the first, put stuff that he's able to do, which is a lot. He can do everything. You know what I mean? So I don't, or most things. He can do most things. I think that we'll be able to open up the playbook. And then remember, guys, Mike McDaniel drafted Skylar Thompson for a reason. He saw something in Skylar Thompson. There's a reason why we haven't gotten rid of him, why he was the third option last year, and why now he won the backup role. So this is Mike McDaniel's quarterback that he actually drafted. So right now, I have to give Matt McDaniel the opportunity to show that he can come up with a game plan that's going to suit what his quarterback can do. And I think if we can do that balanced attack between the ground game and the passing game, I think we should be fine. One thing that I will say though, having Skyler will allow us to throw outside the numbers, which I know that was something that Tua was having some difficulties at times, but with Skyler, we should be able to do that a little bit more often, and that should allow us to spread out wide and allow for our play action pass to occur, which I think we should be implementing more. I want to see more pro style, but definitely play action. I think it will work really well with Skylar Thompson, being that he can throw outside the numbers. So that's just me, and what I got on that, and what I expect from the team.
So, and like I flipped on your because I kind of got up late this morning and all that, but I flipped on and I heard a whole bunch of commotion going on, a whole bunch of energy
Oh, at the end, yeah.
running through your show this morning about that Jalen Phillips post. Like,
Uh,
give me the idea of the mood of what
well, first of all, I didn't even
people
know it was
are
there.
feeling
Lou brought
about
it
it.
up. Yeah, Lou brought it up. As typical. It makes us look soft, according to Lewis, which I totally understand. I know I have insanity up there too. I try to bring it up this way. Listen, as a woman, I can speak as a woman to say that for us, we get the luxury of having benefits of the doubts and to share our emotions, and society is okay with that. For you men, you guys don't have that same luxury because you guys have a different role than we do. You got to protect, you got to go hunt, you got to provide, and you can't, if you're not a strong individual, or force yourself to be a strong individual, both mentally and physically, then it's going, and this is nature speaking, then nature tells us those people don't survive. The phrase only the strong survive is there for a reason, because evolutionary speaking, that's the only one that survived, the strongest. And right now, I know that with our society and having, now we made it even more what do you call it, more lazy for people with this whole services like DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that, where people don't have to leave their homes. But this, to me, I was perfectly fine with him having these feelings, with Jalen Phillips having these feelings. I was perfectly fine with him expressing himself, but I think the avenue he should have taken was to talk to a professional and not post it on IG. To me, it's
Well, I
absolutely
mean,
unacceptable. It's
that's the
absolutely
part
unacceptable.
that's the part that's kind of odd. Yeah,
It's
Capitan,
unacceptable.
I did read it a few minutes ago. If you were just joining us late, he just shared it with me on Twitter, but I have read it. Like I read it live here. I don't know. It just seems like it's just like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really. You don't see a lot of like. I get what you're saying, Miss Fins. Like, but to that point though, you don't about the Instagram posts. You don't see a bunch of like a large number of celebrity or athletic women posting that kind of stuff like randomly in the day.
No,
Like,
because when you're a competitor, I'm a competitor. I've been an athlete my whole life. It's mind over matter. You can't put yourself behind the 8 ball. Like this is people will eat your lunch,
well, I just
whether
mean
you're a
that there's
guy
a.
or
I just mean that to your point, there's a lot of women that feel that way because they're naturally, like you're saying and all that. But they're not even out there putting all that on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Mm,
That's why it's odd to me. Like you don't see even a bunch of women putting all that out there like that.
no, this to me personally,
It's
it's like
desperation. It sounds like desperation, and that's not necessarily a good thing.
I think this is unnecessary. Like keep it in house. You
Right.
can't give other people ammunition.
But that's what it seems. That's what makes it seem like somebody's
He's
screaming for
not
help. You know
Eminem.
what I mean?
He's not Eminem. He is not Eminem. He's not B Rabbit. He's not out here trying to disarm the other team or the what is it? I can't even
Look at that!
say
Look at
it.
that! El Cap just busting in and breaking the one at a time rule. Look at that!
Listen, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding, man.
I have very limited time. I'm swamped at work. I'm
You
gonna.
always got the preempting power, man. You know it.
Yeah, true. It's true. I don't mean. First of all, Miss, I love you. I miss you. I don't get to see you as much as I used to, or talk to you.
uh,
I miss you so much. You're such a.
oh,
I do. I think about it. I'm listening. Then I watch your show in the mornings when I have time or listen to you, and I'm like, God, I need to get Miss Fins on more. Um, but this thing with Jalen Phillips, I'm a diehard Jalen Phillips fan. To me, I look at him as the potential apex athlete, with his abilities, right? And this IG post, I mean, bro, it breaks my heart. It
yeah,
disappoints me. It disappoints me because I look at a guy that I perceive to be, like I just said, an apex, a man
predator.
among men, and this type of and Lewis calls it soft, and that is it's such a letdown that this is the type of mentality that this team has. Like, to me, I'm a confident guy, borderline arrogant, right? And I'm this way because I need to be for several different things, right? And that's how you persevere. Saying things like the process it's all about the process, not the result, is ridiculous. It is the most
That
stupid.
line right there pissed me off
It
personally.
infuriates me. It infuriates me. The process is what it's about. No, it's about being the best, the winner, imposing your will. We're not talking about, the debate team. We're talking about pro football here. And it hurts to hear him say that because I look at him lesser than I did before it.
Real quick, Tim. That was Tim the Fin Man. That's Tim Washington. Call back in a few minutes, bro. We'll still get you up, bro. We're just riding with the waves here, man, like we do down in Miami.
Yeah, no, I mean, El Capitan, I think, I mean, I'm even taking a look at it again. That one line was the one line that stuck out to me the most. It's about the process, not the results. I'm like, when
That's
on
the
that
part that
is
makes
for
me. That's the
the
part that makes me think he thinks he's getting traded
ass
or something.
backwards thing. And I apologize, people. I know, but I'm keeping it PG-13 here at the tailgate because
Oh,
that is just
we allow PG-18 here.
like that to me. It's like this is absolutely unacceptable. how you're focusing on it's all about the process, not the results. When on earth has anything not be about the results? Like that in life, in general life. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I almost feel like this brings me back to when we had the whole Flores thingy and people were calling out the players of being soft. And I'm trying to, I don't want to say ride the fans, but try to understand both parties. But then it comes to a point when I'm like, are we serious? Like, is this really what's happening? Like, can we bring bullies back? Because this is not just a football situation or a Dolphin situation.
Can we
This
bring
is
bullies
a
back?
this is a societal
That's-
situation. Bullies
I'm like,
have their
See,
their
see, El Capitan and Culler could never say something like that. Miss Fins, I'll bring bullies back. Damn it!
listen, I am
I
about
mean,
bullying. Listen, bullying is the natural order of things, right? And I'm gonna go off on a little tangent about bullying real quick. Bullying is the natural order of things. Not to say that I like bullies. I hate bullies. I don't
mhm.
like the strong attacking the weak. But there is something in society since the quote unquote anti-bullying thing that has happened. And what byproduct we're seeing is that the weak are controlling these weak tendencies that are anti-evolution of humanity, and
Yeah,
I'm speaking in a broader sense, are directing humanity now. That's not
that's
how it works.
ridiculous. That's
It's
ridiculous.
it's not how it works. The problem is, and this is an American societal issue, I believe, because
I
we're
agree too.
so we're so healthy and so whatever that we now we create problems out of thin air to blame ourselves for. It's ridiculous.
So I brought Big Nick up because it's evident I probably won't be able to finish out with the 1x1. But if we keep it small, we should be okay. What's up, Big Nick?
What's going on? Fans up. You know,
What's up?
I wholeheartedly disagree with every take y'all just made about this.
We figured you would.
Yeah, well,
Nothing wrong with
Jamie
that.
knows.
Yeah,
Jamie knows what
Nothing
I'm
wrong with
talking
that.
about.
Give your
whose
opinion.
It's the
whose
pussification.
whose definition of strength and weakness are you going by?
I'm going by will and ability, right?
Yeah,
You
but
got to
whose
understand.
definition of strength and weakness are you going by?
Mine is my life.
Oh, okay.
I go by
Okay.
mine.
I just find it weird that's a blanket statement for all of us, your definition.
Well, I don't know if you know
There's
this or not,
context.
Nick,
There's
but my
context and
definition is the only
understanding.
one that's the real definition. Because the
There's
reality
context.
is, go ahead.
There's context. I mean, to me, to be straight up, y'all take on this, and this is all due respect. I'm not comparing you guys to them. I'm just telling you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you guys are saying shut up and dribble.
I am saying shut up and dribble.
Fucked up.
What's wrong with that?
I am
That's
saying
fucked
that.
up. 'Cause these
You
are
know what
people.
else I don't want? I don't need to
What's
hear.
wrong with that though?
I don't need to hear political type of shit from athletes, just like I don't need to hear it from my fucking actors. I don't need that shit in my life. I'm not saying it's not their right to have opinions, but if your opinions oppose how I feel, I now have the right to dislike you. And I don't need to be forced to like somebody because of our differences. That's where I have a problem. Again, this age of acceptance, and I'm fine with it, right? I'm all about acceptance. What I'm not about is that I'm not accepting unless I partake. And I refuse to partake in shit I don't believe in with my moral code. And if you're acting like a bitch, that's what I'm going to call you, a bitch. And if you got a problem with it, fuck off.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm. I guess it go two ways.
I mean,
But
I'm
Big
not
Nick,
like
I'm
I'm
trying to
look,
understand what
Big
you
Nick. I'm
mean.
not
What's wrong with
in
the
as
sentiment to just shut up and dribble?
Big
Is
Nick.
that what you said?
I'm not in as deep as they are per se. I mean, I get where they're coming from too, but at the same time, to me, to be doing what he's doing, putting it out on Instagram and all that, shows me that somebody is screaming for help. And my question is, why? Like, I thought this was all resolved when we got the. I thought this was all resolved when we got the bully out of the building.
I guess, man.
I mean, and it's not your fault, Big Nick, but there's been people out there. No, there's been people out there that have been hammering this idea that Brian Flores caused all of Jalen Phillips' mental issues.
So here's the deal, right? Everybody's like, oh, Cap, you wouldn't call him a bitch to his face. No, not in the sense you're thinking like I'm going to square up with homie.
Cap, you don't have
But
to clear that up. Everybody with a rational brain know what you mean by that, man. You don't have to clear that up.
Thank you, Big Nick. I'm glad you understood.
If they don't understand, if they're not multi-layer thinkers, if they don't have critical thinking skills, that's not your problem.
I'm not close enough to Jalen Phillips to tell him how I think that that's the wrong mentality for him to have. But if I was, I would say, yo, what the fuck? Again, Culler's pointing it out. There's red flags here. Why are you?
If you was close enough to say that to Jalen, and he was explaining to you his explanation or his definition of the reason he did that, and you say, "Oh, god damn, I ain't see it that way," would you then apologize to him?
I mean, if I didn't see it a way in which he made me understand, yeah, there might be an apology that is necessary. But the bottom line is,
I just believe in all aspects, right? Unless it's blatant, straight out to design to hurt people. We can see it black and white clearly that this design is to help to hurt people. I just strongly believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt and understanding that I need more context in order to pass judgment.
Well, here's the deal, right? What somebody that close to him needs to do is tell him not to shut up and dribble, but in so many words to go, listen, people don't want to hear about, like, okay, when he got injured, we all felt for him. We felt for him and the climb and the perseverance it was going to take to get back. And no one was critical of that because that's a real thing we can all, on the face of it, understand. You're playing and you're talking about, some headspace process over results. That's bitch energy, for lack of a better term.
Because for you and I, we have to wait 8 months for the next football game. These guys, right, once the season ends, we have to wait 8 months. These guys sign multi-year contracts that they go there every fucking day. They get maybe a week or 2 weeks off from work, man. We think they're on vacation the whole time, but that's not true. These guys are there all the time working. And
Nick,
it is a process.
I'm working every day, all the time, in my free time. Ain't nobody gonna empathize with me, and they shouldn't. I don't need. Again, you're putting an absolute highlight on the point I'm trying to make. I don't give a fuck how much of his personal shit is bothering him. I don't fucking care. I don't. I don't. Because it doesn't affect. Why are you laying your personal shit on me? That ain't my fucking job. I'm the fan. You're the athlete. That's our relationship. Human stuff, yes, right? But beyond that, that's unfair to us. This is someone who is going to be rich. He's literally living not only his dream, he's living mine. He's living my dream.
I bet you don't even know where I live.
You know who Jason Whitlock is, Cap? You know who Jason Whitlock is?
I do know who Jason Whitlock is.
Jason Whitlock. When LeBron first moved to LA, right? And I don't know if he had moved to LA, but he had a house in LA. He may have still been in Cleveland. And somebody wrote the N-word all over his property, right? And LeBron came out and he talked about the effects of racism in our society. And Jason Whitlock said, LeBron James, you are a multi-millionaire. You do not experience racism.
Now, there's where Jason Whitlock was wrong.
Right.
There's a cause and an effect. Hold on. It's a cause and an effect. If I'll tell you what, if I seen Jalen Phillips was still injured and hasn't been playing, and the fans and the media is coming for his neck saying this guy's cooked, he's done, then I'd understand it. This is an impromptu, no fucking reason. Poor fucking me. Shut the fuck up and dribble.
Well, if you let me, I like to say real quick.
Dribble, man.
So that way,
Buffalo is a way fucking tougher team than the Miami Dolphins is. They bully us on the field. They kick our ass. They're way more physical, and we haven't found a way to respond to that, period.
Big Nick, looks like Whitlock don't have very many fans at the tailgate, bro.
It didn't really take that much when your offense is giving the ball away, but back to Phillips, what I wanted to say is I think it's perfectly fine that he has these feelings. My only thing is I do not agree in sharing them on Instagram. Go get professional help. Nobody outside of you and your loved ones and your therapist should be the ones hearing this. Keep this
Again,
because you're just giving
And to the point,
ammunition to
and to
the
the point I was
opposition.
making, right, and to
You're
that
giving
point,
them ammunition to the
well, not it's
opposition.
not. Hold on,
and
color, because
sure.
I want to put a point to what she's saying. By doing what he did, he's putting the onus on me, on us. It's not just criticism. You're essentially saying, "Oh, you don't know what it's like, bitch. You don't know what the fuck it's like for me, or even those lesser or equal to."
I
Again,
think
The
I mean,
other
I
thing,
think
Big Nick, is that when
I think you can be a great guy. You can love. I'm not a religious guy, but you can love your whoever your God is. You can be charitable. You can say all the right things. You can not get in trouble. You can not have any scandals, and then you still gonna have people like Pete and all the shit on you. So
oh
it's
yeah,
a win. It's a damn if you do, damn if you don't
right,
situation. Man.
and Big Nick. See, the thing of it is though, his voice carries a lot of weight. Let's be real, and so
I mean, but
the
so does
last
Tua, but
time,
that don't.
but hold
So
up,
does Tua's
the
voice.
last time he came out and spoke on his mental health issues and the fact that he was speaking to a counselor and all that, that wasn't even cryptic. And people still ran with, oh, that was all Flores's fault and slandered another man because of this dude's issues. Now he's
Come
out
on,
there
man.
out of the blue putting something like that on Instagram. And now without, saying, hey, this is what's going on, we're all left to sit here and speculate. And what
For me,
happens is, what I'm
for
wondering
me,
is, what do they do now? Are they going to go out there and say
look,
McDaniel is spooking
this is the last thing I'm gonna
Phillips?
say about Flores. This is the last thing I'm gonna say about Flores because he's been gone 3 years. This is the last thing I'm gonna say about him. I just find it strange that people are finding a way to vindicate certain aspects of Flores when we have tons of evidence that shows how much of an
Fair enough.
asshole he was.
Fair enough. And that wasn't
I'm
what I
just
was
saying.
meaning to do. I was
I'm
meaning to
just saying.
say that is as applies to Jalen Phillips, because that's who this is about. Okay. People have made it about the people who hear his words and let them decide what the narrative and what's causing it all, instead of going and letting a medical professional tell him what's causing it all.
Maybe this is part of his therapy. To release
What
it, to let people know what's going through.
to
Maybe,
allow a
maybe
bunch of
your
fans,
voice,
that's actually
to
a
maybe
pretty
your
allow a
good
voice
bunch of
can
point.
tell.
his
Maybe
therapy
your voice can
his
tell that little
therapy
cornerback.
his
Maybe
therapy
your
is
voice
to
can tell
allow a
that little
bunch of fans.
cornerback that
Hold
that
on,
dominate Madonna.
hold on. His therapy is to allow a bunch of fans to speculate and go slander another man to excuse his mental issues.
What?
Because that's what they did.
Yeah,
How's
the
that
people.
Jalen Phillips? How's that Jalen Ramsey's fault
No, it's
or
Jalen
Jalen
Phillips.
Phillips' fault?
I'm not saying it's Jalen Phillips' fault. I'm saying this is what happens when you put cryptic stuff like out there, and all your fans are wondering why you having mental issues.
Oh wow, damn.
Here's
I
the
don't know.
here's the
Maybe I'm
problem
just.
I got with it all. Why am I? Listen, for most of us, with all the shit we got to deal with, whether it's personal, mental issues,
And AB
whatever.
AB, you
Why
know
am
who Zay is.
why am I now burdened with the thing that I'm looking to unburden myself with? Football is a fan release, and I'm not saying that there isn't. It's devoid of empathy. These aren't objects out there. They're not robots, and I don't understand when one gets hurt, even if it's somebody I hate. I still feel and empathize with them because I'm not a terrible human. I'm not a sociopath. I'm not a psycho, right? But impromptu, for no reason that I can gather, is going to sit here and put your personal whatever onto us. It's insulting and it's wrong. It's wrong.
Well, so
I'm not tagging, I'm not reaching out to Jalen Phillips and tagging him in all the shit I gotta deal with right now tagging
I
him,
haven't
reaching
seen the
out.
post,
I
Cap.
promise you this. If I fucking posted every time I had something negative, thought and feeling, and started tagging Jalen Phillips, the son of a bitch would block me. You see what I'm saying? That's just how it is.
Okay, now see it from my point of view, Cap. I haven't seen the post. I really don't even know the context of what the fuck y'all talking about. But I am responding to your reaction to it, right? That's what I'm responding to. And by me saying that I haven't seen the post and I don't know what it is that you guys are reacting to, what I'm saying is it hasn't taken away my release because I knew nothing about it. So what about us? What about the fans like me who don't not on Instagram to see what he wrote, who just is gonna turn on the TV on Sunday and watch my team?
Well, I would say educate yourselves. You can find
That's
it
not
online if you want to
what I'm
if you want
educating
to see
myself
that.
on.
I'll say this, Miss Vince. I'll say this, Big
What I'm
Nick.
educating myself on.
Ignorance is bliss, buddy. That's what I'll say.
Yeah,
Ignorance
then
is
it
bliss.
doesn't affect you. That's all. That's all that means. If you don't know about it, if you don't hear about it, then just keep doing you. I don't see the point. I mean, it
No, I
doesn't
think
really matter.
what Big Nick is saying is, why do I got to turn on my TV when, like, or even come to the tailgate like he's saying now and expect to hear
No,
talk
I'm not
about
saying that at
how
all,
we're gonna
brother.
hold on. Then if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong. But I'm trying to steel man you, so I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. So this is what I'm getting is that you're saying, look, when I turn on this and I want to hear about this, that, and the other, like I wasn't going to search out what Jalen Phillips is doing lately on Instagram.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's the terminology, how's it affecting the fan base as a whole from one particular person's point of view. I don't want to be amongst that. I don't want to be amongst that sports is a release for you and he has ruined it and now you're lumping me into that. That's all I'm saying. It ruined it for you, but you're saying the fan base. You're saying it's
I am
supposed to be for the
equally
fan.
burdening Nick.
You're not individualizing it.
I'm
You're whole.
equally
You're
burdening.
grouping it as a whole.
I got you. I am equally burdening you with how I feel about it, the same way Jalen Phillips burdened me with how he feels about it.
Right.
I understand.
That's
I
what I
understand
meant.
the
That's what I meant,
Fuck you,
Big Nick.
Cal.
I understand the causation
That's what
and
I meant, Big
correlation.
Nick.
Yeah, and I get that, right? I get that. But the
but
problem is,
he's not burdening me, Cal.
I get you. I'm not burdening you, but I'm just
No,
speaking to the broader
I say
you.
JP's not burdening me, and I think it's pretty fucking selfish for you to want to put some of your burden on me.
Big Nick, I don't
Now
think
you
that's
know
what he
how I
means. But
feel.
if you're up here, you also have to understand. If you don't understand what we're discussing, then maybe go find out so that you can be part of the conversation with knowledge. If you don't know what we're talking about, then I could understand why you might be lost and where you might not understand where El Capitan or Culler are coming from.
So, in things of this nature, Miss Fins, I don't have to educate myself on the situation to be able to respond to the reaction of something that's not real. I mean, as
So
far as
to you, it might
as
not
far
be
no,
real, but it makes no sense that you don't, even if you don't want to educate, which you don't have to, like you said, you can fan however you want, but then why are you here? Why are
because
you even discussing it?
I say it again. I'm not up here to respond to what JP may have said or whoever you guys are talking. I think it's JP. I'm not up here to respond to him. I'm up here to respond to your response. That's what
So
I'm
you're
saying.
just here just to talk and not add to the conversation?
Well, no, I get it.
You don't,
I
Miss
get it.
Fins. I'm not here to fight
Big
with
Nick
you,
is
Miss Fins.
Big Nick
I'm
is to
not here to
push
fight
back
with
on
you.
where Big Nick is.
Yeah.
He's looking to push at wherever the flow isn't in a positive direction. I know you, Big Nick. I know what time it is.
No, I'm just
You're
trying. I'm
here.
trying to
Hey, these
learn.
guys are mad
That's
about
all
the
I'm
team.
asking. That's
Oh,
why
I'm
I'm
gonna
asking
tell
this
him.
question.
Well, I guess if I had to break it down to layman's terms for Miss Fins, I'm up here to react. I'm up here reacting to your response to something that, in the big scheme of things, has no bearing on you.
Oh, well, I disagree that it doesn't have any bearing on me because
Oh,
I'm
okay.
seeing a correlation between this response from Jalen Phillips, a guy I held in the highest regard on the team. To me, out of all the players on this team, he is the guy, him and Jalen Waddle, 1A and 1B, are the two guys I look to as the best of what Miami has right now. And I get it. You can say whatever. I'm talking about guys that I look at that will be with this team for an entire career, get gold jackets, and be Dolphins for life. And guys that I respect and look at. And it's burdened me with seeing him in a different light. But it also is a correlation to a bigger problem that I already have with this team. And it is that, and a problem that I think all the fans can agree upon. We are a softer football team. If you don't believe me, watch us the last 6 weeks of any season you've been with. Okay? Watch the last 6 football games of
we don't
Miami.
have a Brian Cox. We don't have a Brian Cox. We don't have a Trace.
Well, you know who's not going to be Brian Cox? You know who's not going to be it? Jalen Phillips.
We don't have a Trace Armstrong. We don't have a Tim Bowens. I know that.
Yep. And you know what?
An incognito.
I had hope and thought Jalen Phillips would one day grow into that. But again, the correlation. This is a broader sense. We can go back to Javon
Holland in the NFL today. They all like that.
But Luke Kuechly didn't play that long ago. Okay, he didn't play that long ago.
Luke Kuechly also didn't get $17-18 million a year.
But don't act like Luke Kuechly wasn't destroying everybody around. And Bowman from the Niners.
He wasn't getting $17-18 million a year either.
I don't care about the money. I'm talking about the peeps, dog. I don't care about the money because the money's relative. If they're top 5 in getting paid, they were top 5 in their time. You could say, guess what? Tua is paid 10 times more than Dan was getting paid, and he's not 10 times the quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
There ain't no more Luke Kuechly. There's no more. What was the guy named? The linebacker from San Francisco.
Again,
the one that retired early. The linebacker from San Francisco.
Now you're peeling back. Kind of another layer where I was already kind of going with. It's a problem not just with this team. It's a problem with the NFL. It's a problem with this team. And it goes back to something I've said from Jump Street. This is the pussification of this nation, the pussification of my athletes. And everyone is turning into a bunch of soft, slack-jawed pussies where their feelings take precedent. And I have to be burdened with how you fucking feel. What happened to us having decorum amongst each other? I don't fucking burden my friends with what I got going on personally. I don't burden them in this way. You shouldn't burden me as a total fucking stranger. Shut the fuck up, grow up, nut up, and fucking do the American thing and go out there and fucking win.
I just wonder if Cecil Collins and Lawrence Phillips had this type of release, what would have been different in their lives?
If they what?
If Cecil Collins and Lawrence Phillips and some of those guys had this type of platform where they can go out there and they can talk about their frustrations and their mental health issues, I wonder where they would be at.
I'm not trying to see. You keep bringing it to mental. You keep bringing it to mental health issues, and I'm not trying.
How many times is let's say how many times is like Whoopi Goldberg posted on Instagram how depressed she was?
I don't know. I don't follow her.
I don't either. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you'd have heard about it. You know what I mean?
I mean, but not really.
Nobody's gonna hear about it because she ain't gonna tell everybody because no one's gonna fucking want to hear it from the richest motherfucker, one of the richest people on earth. Again, here's the deal, right?
But we heard about some of her struggles growing up.
Big Nick, I'm not trying to say
we heard about it from other people. We
heard about her molestation as a child. We heard about Oprah's molestation as a child. We heard about these things from them.
Again, I'm not trying to say that I don't think people should shed a light on mental health and that we have to understand that things can hurt people because I don't think that's more often than not, that's not the goal of people is to hurt them and then take it home and have, be suicidal or whatever, for lack of a better term. I understand. I'm not against the progression of us being more understanding humans. What I'm against is you burdening me with it. That's what I'm against.
Hey, Jersey, this is the least alpha male post that response comment that you can possibly make. An alpha male would never make a comment like that. I'm just saying.
Like what?
What was just up on the screen?
Hold on, I want to set the record straight. Oprah has her largest platform in the world. She expresses views all the time on her personal issues, as well as Whoopi Goldberg on the View. It's done. It doesn't.
I was asking the question if somebody
she don't need Instagram.
If
She don't need
somebody,
Instagram. She has
But
national
she's
television.
also not an
Oprah Winfrey has the
athlete.
one of the largest networks in the world.
She's
true,
So
but
they
also not an
rodeo down.
athlete.
I mean, they do it.
complaining is not really the
Like, I
same
don't
thing as
understand why
expressing
people
your
don't get this.
depression.
Guys, she is not an athlete. Oprah is not an athlete.
Oh
That's
my
not her.
God.
Her actual job is being the talk show host. So she's
She's
doing
an
whatever
entertainer.
she is already
Yeah, but
talking about it. But
yeah, there
Every
Jalen
Yeah,
female
but they
Phillips
were
there is
is
an
trying
an
to. You're
entertainer.
trying to
athlete.
say rich people don't do that on platforms. They
no.
do.
I'm not
I
trying
just
to
disagree with the shut up and dribble mentality.
well, I think because you're correlating it
Well,
with
again,
Jason
you didn't
Whitlock.
read
She
the
has the
comment or
largest
the
platform in the
statement, so I
world.
don't know how that works out.
Yeah,
So
again, I don't think I'm not saying that mental health isn't important. What I'm saying is that I don't think in a fucking gladiator sport, it's counterproductive to burden the fans with a comment that it's not about the results, it's about the process. What in the
I agree with that. That's
no you
life.
well
That's
then
life.
that's fucked up then. Then you're
If
that's a
you only
loser.
focus,
Listen, that is
if
a
you only going to
fucking
focus on the
loser
result,
mentality. That's
the
a
enjoyment
hey,
is in
you
the
know what that
process,
is?
not the
That's a
results.
participation trophy mentality, and I got a
No,
real fucking problem. Yeah, no, not. Oh,
no.
I'm just glad to be here and be involved. Fuck all that. I need a dog that wants to compete and eat. And if you're not
So,
that, that's what I want. It's the one thing that from the Flores thing that I love the most. Yeah, he
so
went
Cap, what do you think is
overboard.
more fun? What do you think is more fun, Cap? The day you graduate boot camp or the 8 weeks you go through boot camp?
I would say I don't give a fuck about the boot camp because it's more about what I learned in boot camp that's going to save my fucking life when the bullets are flying. That's the deal. Do you think they're going to fucking want to hear about your mental fucking health in boot camp or at the graduation? Nobody gives a fuck
Absolutely.
about none of that shit. No, they don't. You know what? They want to hear
Shit,
about
yes,
your
they
mental
do.
health. So your punk ass can wash the fuck up out of here because we got no place for it on the front lines.
That ain't true, Cap.
What do you mean it ain't
this
true? They get
And if
crybaby
makes
only,
no
faces
sense.
every fucking time.
If only Private Pile would have had Instagram, man.
I'm saying, yeah,
So you want to
exactly.
get in
Like,
on it and tell them that's not true?
it's definitely not true because they let people other than honorably discharge with their crybaby discharges because they can't cut it all the fucking time. They do. They do it.
All right, let's change the subject. I'm sorry I brought it up because now you're getting
Yeah, I don't know
borderline
why you
offensive.
correlate it to fucking battle with military. Again, there's
Well,
no
honorable
problem.
discharge is different from general and
I
dishonorable
said
discharge.
other than honorable discharge because they give that out for people who wash out because they cry about shit. They don't
That's called
dishonor.
administrative. That's not a dishonorable discharge.
I didn't say dishonorable. I said other than honorable discharge.
But yeah, that's called
So
an
again,
administrative discharge.
Yes,
I'm gonna go back to
administration
my previous
discharge other
statement.
than honorable.
Unless you read what Jalen Phillips said, you're not gonna understand this conversation.
Again,
So
the sentiment.
Again,
it's
Color, can
not.
that's
you
not the
read the
point I'm
statement,
making. I
please?
don't give a
Put
Can you
it
damn
up
read
about
on
it
what
so
the.
we?
Put it up here
I did.
again.
I
Put it
did
up
in
here.
fact read it, but I will read it again.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Give me
If
a
you
it
could
up
second.
bring
and
it
read
up
it again.
and leave it up, that would be great. So that way the whole context is put up here.
Well, you
And
know,
again,
Miss Fins, we are hiring, by the way.
no, I don't have the bandwidth to do my job and your job. So no, thank you.
Pick up colored slack, Miss Fins. Come on.
Hey, I still see you tonight, sir. Okay, but at the end of the day, what I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak for me. You're giving ammunition to your opposition because now they can utilize this against you. Period. I'm not saying don't
Okay.
have these feelings. I'm not saying don't
Uh,
talk
You're
about it.
saying what
so,
opposition?
so for
What
those, so for
Hey,
those
Cap,
who
the
are,
I
football
let you
team
train
already
for a
knows how
year
you play the
straight.
field once take this.
Hey,
so
Cap,
for
I
those
let you
who
train
are,
for a year straight. I
also,
tell you all of my hurts and sorrows. Get your ass on the basketball court and still
all right.
beat your ass 11-1.
So,
Listen,
so for those who are late to the
I'm
party,
sure Michael
and
Jordan could
all
probably
right.
do the same
Color's gonna
thing, Big
read it.
Nick.
Color's gonna
all
read
right,
it. Go
guys.
ahead, Color.
So for those that are late to the party and or just listening, the statement says, I have to work really hard not to attach my self-worth and confidence to how I perform on the field. When I have a poor or even just subpar performance, I feel like I'm worthless, like I let my team and fans down, And
okay,
often,
pause it right there, Culler.
okay.
That statement in there, I have no problem with. He's giving
I would
us
say
a
every
look
NFL
behind
player
the curtain
statement.
that he takes it
Yeah.
to heart for his poor performances. I'm okay with that part.
I
To this point.
appreciate that part.
I
Well,
do too. Go ahead, Culler.
Well, all the way to the period says, like,
That's
I
a
let my
cliche
team
statement, though, but that's neither here nor there.
So it says, like, I let my team and my fans down, and often my confidence can waver. The self-hatred and doubt can feel so heavy in those moments. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever pull myself out of it.
Not needed.
It takes a
Yeah.
concerted effort to change my way of thinking in those moments and see the failure/adversity as a learning experience instead of the end of the world.
Not needed.
Yeah, and okay, I could still.
I wonder why
still,
you feel like that. Maybe Miss
I'm
Fans and Cap got something to do with him having all that self-doubt and feeling that way.
Yeah,
thought it
well,
was
I've done.
Flores.
Two little fans have that feeling
I
for a
thought it was
multimillionaire.
I'm able.
Okay,
listen,
got it.
If myself and
Well,
Miss
I
Fins
think
are
the
able
inverse
to
can be
derail,
implied.
listen,
A
if
player should have
myself
a effect on the fans.
again,
They do, and they do, and they
That's
do,
what
and
they're
they're not
trying to
complaining
say,
about that.
Crypto.
and I'm not going to fucking Jalen Phillips saying make me feel better. Okay.
Right.
Well, you kind of are.
No, I'm fucking not.
No, he's
I'm
not.
You
He's
understand?
talking to his friends.
If Jalen Phillips
the
is
Dolphins
fucking,
the Dolphins presented him to us to make us feel better.
that ain't no bullshit.
And you present yourself to Jason Phillips to make you feel better.
I tell you what, Jalen Phillips,
Dolphins,
if you need some help, hold on a second, Jalen Phillips, if you're listening, if you need some help, holler at your boy, because I promise you I'll straighten all this shit out, dog.
So when
I'll fucking
Jalen
hook
Phillips
you
have
up.
a bad game, when Jalen Phillips may have done something that cost us the game, you guys come on this very large platform and you let Jalen Phillips know how bad and how you feel about
That's
the way he
called
performed.
critiquing a player.
I'm a hurricane
What's wrong with
fan.
that?
I will do that, Big Nick.
I will.
Right,
You're right.
By the
You're
way,
right. I
for the
will.
record, Jalen Phillips has never cost us a game ever.
He hasn't.
That's
He
that shut up
hasn't.
and
But
dribble
I would.
mentality.
I would.
That's
That's
that shut
right.
up and
Just
dribble
like
mentality.
Big
That's
Nick,
what
he
you
I
can
don't
get.
ever
He can catch.
I just want to say
He
for the
can
record,
catch
he
this
has never
shit like
cost us a game.
everybody else. He
Big
is
Nick,
not
Big
fucking.
Nick,
He is not
Jalen Phillips
exempt
is
from the shit either. He can catch
Jalen
it like
Phillips is
everybody else.
Jalen
Exactly.
Phillips is my
All
Tua,
53
Big Nick. I
players.
don't ever bash Jalen Phillips ever.
I would if he did cost me a game.
I
don't see
don't.
how
Y'all
that.
get the vent, but he
That's
don't.
the whole point. He has never, up to this point, cost us a game.
Exactly. There's no need to talk about it. Now, has he missed a couple tackles? Yeah, maybe. But
And
other
you
than
vented
that,
about it. And you vented about it.
the what?
Not me.
You vented about it.
Not
Listen,
He
I
still
don't
owes
think
me
I've ever
25
had.
sacks.
What are you talking about?
Again,
it
I
That's
don't
fine.
I
think
tell you what
I.
the fuck I'm talking about. When he missed a couple of tackles, you got on your show and you vented about those tackles he missed.
Cap,
Because
never,
I do for
don't.
everybody. That's critiquing my player. I don't understand what's wrong with that.
And he
So,
should be able to vent too. He should be
Well,
able to
listen,
vent too.
If Miss Fins
I
and
am
Captain
not
Chan
a
critiquing his poor
multi-millionaire
play,
athlete
That's your
playing in
fault.
the National Football League.
So he shouldn't have to just shut up and dribble because he is.
that's right. He should shut up and dribble.
No, that's fucked
Yeah.
up.
No, I don't
Take all
buy
that
that.
fucking, take all that
Do
personal
people
bullshit and
not
shut
are
up.
people not supposed to do their jobs when they get paid to do their job?
No, that's
Big
called
Nick, do people are they not expected to
that shut up
perform
and dribble
when they
shit
get
is
paid to
rooted.
do a job?
Jalen
That shut up
Phillips is
and
a
dribble shit
hurricane.
is
Thou
rooted
Clearly,
should
that
not,
doesn't apply
thou should
to
not
some
that
people
shut up
you
and
might
ill
dribble
of a
shit
believe.
is rooted
hurricane.
so much in racism
That
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 y'all don't
that
even
alone
realize.
with Reagan's 12th
I
commandment. Thou
I
should
don't
not speak
understand.
ill of a hurricane.
I don't understand. Like I'm pretty sure people get
That's right,
paid to do
Crypto.
their job and
That
they're
shut up and
expected to
dribble
perform
mentality
That's the
well.
is
12th
rooted in
commandment.
racism.
Yeah, and funny enough, no one has brought that up except you, Big Nick. I don't
Right,
understand
because I'm
why
the
you
one
keep
that's
bringing
affected
it
by
up.
racism. Because I'm the one that's affected by
So
racism.
you're
That's
the
why.
only
What
one
the fuck
here
are you
affected
talking
by
about?
it,
You're
and then
only
you're
affected by
still adding
racism?
this. No one's
So
talking about racism when the man is talking about his mental health. All we're saying is
Listen.
you can have these
So
feelings. Just talk to
when you
someone
listen
that
to
can
what the
help.
fuck
respond,
does racism
when you
have to
listen
do
to
with
It
it?
has
respond, you don't
nothing
hear what
to
the
do
person's
with this. I
telling you.
don't get this.
Big Nick, you can't
When you listen
default
to
to fucking
respond, you can't hear
racism
what I'm
because
telling
you're
you.
not winning an
What I'm
argument,
telling
bro.
you is that shut up and dribble, that shut up
Yeah.
and dribble mentality, all
That
I
you're
said
only
was that
bringing
shut
up.
up and dribble was rooted in racism.
Okay,
That
well,
you're
you're talking
only
about Jason
that you're
Whitlock, a
only
black
bringing up.
man, telling another black man to shut up and
No,
dribble.
Jason
Nothing
Whitlock
about
didn't
that is
say that.
racist.
Jason
You're
Whitlock
bringing it
didn't
up.
say that.
No
Jason
one
Whitlock
else
You're
is
didn't say
making
bringing
it
that.
that up.
racist
But
because that's how it affected
so
you.
what?
That was
So
a
what?
Fox News
Nobody else
anchor.
It's
say
a
That was
that.
Ann
bullshit
Coulter.
fucking cop-out is what it is. It's bullshit. It's a default setting that
Here
you
we
got to
go.
run
Here we
to.
go telling me what's racist or not.
That's right. I'm going to tell you that your
Hey, Big
fucking,
Nick, that
your
wasn't
And who
Whitlock
comment
that
are
said
you
that
to
that. That
tell
was
him
Ann
someone
Coulter.
when
saying
they
it
do
is
or don't
bullshit?
experience
That's,
racism?
hold
I
on a
don't
second,
get
Miss
that.
Vince. Listen, you're
I know
right.
you
I am
don't.
going to tell you.
That's
It's fucking
exactly the point.
bullshit. It's fucking bullshit that you
Hey,
would
Cap, that was not
use.
Whitlock. That was Ann Coulter. That was a white woman that said that.
No,
Okay,
it
well, he
wasn't
said
Ann
it was
Coulter. It
Jason
was the
Whitlock.
other lady.
He
It was
said
the
it
other
was
lady.
Jason Whitlock. I'm using Jason
No, I
Whitlock
said
in
Jason
this.
Whitlock there.
Okay, well, I
Under
don't care.
that
She
case.
could be a racist. That ain't got fuck all to
It
do
was
with
Laura
me.
Ingram.
And I'm only
Laura
using
Ingram.
shut up and dribble because it's the sense that shut the fuck up and do
Right.
your job. Because I don't give a
Right.
fuck. I
That
don't.
shit go
And it
back.
ain't
That
got
shit go
fuck
back
all
to
to do
Bruce
with
Lee.
race. It ain't got
This
fuck
shit go
all
all
to
the
do
way
with
back
And
to
race,
this
Bruce
is
dog.
Lee had to put on the
No, it's
mask.
got to do
really
with
conversations
American
right here.
American
Hey,
deal. No one gives a
hey,
fuck
hey,
about your
Cap.
problems. What? Go
Cap.
ahead.
Shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble go as far back as Bruce Lee had to put on a fucking mask because they didn't want people to know that he was Asian.
Oh,
So
well,
he
I'm
had to put
sorry. I
on a
wasn't
Oh,
mask.
alive in the fucking 60s to fucking tell him how wrong that
It
was.
doesn't
Sorry.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't mean
So
it's not the same
somebody
thing.
made an Asian man wear a mask because they had problems with it in the
Right. And
60s.
now
And in the
those same people are
2020s,
telling
I got to
now those
fucking deal
same
with
people
it.
are telling
Big
athletes
Nick,
now those
at
now
this
those
we
same
rate,
have
people are
something
telling
productive
Big
to
athletes
add
Nick,
to
that's
it
this
is the
dominant sport
conversation
fucking
to shut
because
up
it
and
dumbest
doesn't
dribble.
shit
seem like it.
ever, bro. It is
You're actually
fucking
being
stupid.
disrespectful.
It's fucking dumb as fuck right
No,
now. You're
no,
literally
y'all being minimizing. If y'all don't see my
No,
point, that's
you're
called
being very
minimization. I'm
no.
not being
disrespectful actually for
disrespectful.
You're
no
being
reason.
fucking yeah.
Miss Fins,
It's
you're
fucking dumb.
minimizing me.
I'm not
Minimize.
minimizing you at all. I'm actually trying to have an informed conversation with you,
He
which is
don't want
why
to
I
have an
asked
informed
Culler
And I'm
conversation.
to
telling
He
go
wants
you,
to
ahead
blame
and bring
everything.
up the quote
I'm
so you
telling
can
Big
you,
Nick,
read it and we
I'm
can
telling
all
you that the
discuss
shut
what
up and
we're
dribble mentality is a
discussing
form of
about.
racism.
And yet
no,
all
it's a
you're
form of
doing is
racism
just
to
bringing
you. To
this up.
you, and everything seems to be a form of racism to you, and that's bullshit.
Absolutely.
And
When
I'm
it
sorry, you
is,
know what?
Well,
No, the
that's
set
your
up and dribble
personal
cap
absolutely. When it
experience,
goes
is,
back
Big
way
you're
Nick.
back.
motherfucking
It
right.
is
When it
rooted in
is,
racism.
Crypto.
when it
I already
is,
said shut up and
absolutely
dribble.
right.
Hold on, Crypto. I already
Literally
said shut
nobody
up and
said shut
dribble
up and
because
dribble.
he brought that
No, you
up.
said what's wrong with that, Miss Finn? Don't get up here. I remember everything. I retain greatly.
I don't know. I don't
My
see
life
that. I'm pretty
requires
sure
me to
I've kind of
retain it.
kept it the same. I said
You said what's
maybe
wrong with
find out
that?
what we're talking about and
No,
discussing
he was
You
first
talking
said
about
what's
the
so you
wrong
can be
with that.
well
mentality
I'm
of
sorry.
set
informed
up
Big
and
Nick,
and you
dribble.
You
can
said what's
actually
wrong with
have a
that.
productive conversation
Oh
that we
man.
had prior to you getting here.
You can't have a productive conversation with him, Miss Fins, because if we're not understanding the way he says it, it's because we're racist because we can't understand his viewpoints. And it's
Hey,
bullshit,
Crypto,
Big
did you
Nick.
hear me
It's
There
call
a
is
anyone of
fucking
them
nothing
racist?
cop out.
racist in this comment.
No,
I don't
no, no.
understand how
Crypto,
that
did you
even
hear
was
me
brought
call
up.
any
It
motherfucker on
has
this panel racist?
nothing wrong
Yes,
No.
you
with
fucking
this
did.
conversation. I
All I
don't get
said is
this.
that narrative is
No,
rooted
he
in
said the
racism.
mentality is.
Which
I
narrative,
said the
please?
narrative that you're doing is rooted in racism. I didn't call you racist, Cap. Don't do that shit to me.
You're literally
Don't do
saying
that
it's
shit to
rooted
me.
in
Because then I'm
racism.
going to start saying a hit dog going to
And I'm
squeal.
telling
Yeah.
you, the fact that you're worried about what's rooted in racism all the time, in fact, has you obsessed with racism. So if it's like having a stubbed toe. You're stubbing it again because you're fucking protected. You're so worried about it. It happens twice. You got to fucking stop looking at everything through the lens of
Hey,
racism.
Cap, does
Because
it
if
mean
you're
that you
always
didn't
going to,
stub your toe? Does that mean you didn't stub your toe?
no, it does not. And I'm not saying
All
it
right
doesn't
then.
exist.
All right
You're
then.
trying to act like I'm saying racism doesn't exist. And I'm
I
telling
didn't
you, I
say that.
agree.
I didn't say
Well,
that, Cap. Cap. I'm not going to let you put nothing in my mouth. I'm not going to let you do that.
Whoa, pause.
I respect you, Cap. I like coming
yeah,
over here. I like
I
your
do
tough
too,
ass
buddy. But
approach.
I feel like
I like
you're.
your hood mentality. That's how we resonate. When we first started talking, I told you that shit. I like
Well,
the way we
I'm
resonate
from
with
South
each other.
Florida, dog. All I
I
ran
would
with
never
was
I
that.
would never insinuate that you are racist. All I'm telling you is that the narrative you're using is rooted in racism.
All right, then
And
I'll
that
say
is
this.
incorrect
Shut
because
up and
that's
play
not his
You're
football.
wrong, Miss
narrative.
Fans. You
He
can't tell a
never
black
said
man
that.
what the fuck he feels is racist.
He never said anything about racism, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh my God.
Can I jump in
I'm
real
saying
quick?
Miss
I don't
Fancy
give a
talking about the
fuck.
shut up and dribble mentality. He
But
said he
no
was
one brought up shut up and dribble except Big
I
Nick.
did. I told you, I said this shit sounds like shut up and dribble. When I said that, Miss Fans, you said, what's wrong with that?
Oh Lord, I can't. You know what?
I know you
Here's
can't.
here's the statement. If you want to read it, read it. Maybe we can have a productive conversation that actually makes sense, and then maybe we can continue on with more Dolphins news. But at the end of the day, I can't help you, man. I can't. It is
I
what
didn't
it
ask
is.
for your help. I
You
didn't
can
ask
have
for your help.
your own
I
opinion.
didn't ask
We're
for your
talking
help. I
about
didn't ask for your
this
help. But one
man
thing I know, and two
telling
things for
his
sure.
fan base and
If
telling the world
I throw a
about
stone in a
how
pile
he
of dogs,
feels
the
and
one
how
that
we are
hollers, the one that
reacting to
got
that.
hit.
That's what we're
If I,
talking about. We're talking about Jalen Phillips' post
I
on
know.
Instagram, who is sharing his personal feelings. And I can't speak for anybody else, but this seems like something he should have kept in house,
Yeah,
gotten
talking
some
about how
help,
your
and then
mentality is set
helped
up in
him,
trouble.
and then go ahead and move forward to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and I'm
But
talking about
here
how your
But
comes,
mentality is set up
but
in
Miss
trouble.
here
Fans, I got a
comes
problem with that. What is the procedure in doing that other than saying shut up and dribble?
It's
what are you
saying that
talking about?
we're not talking about it if you don't open up your mouth about it. That's what
Y'all
it
missed
is.
it because
I
I don't want
never
to get.
Which
said he
means
couldn't, shouldn't have to.
which means you're suppressing his speech into a certain enclave, and he is not. Jalen Phillips ain't willing to participate in that.
Okay, I'm fine,
Okay,
Crypto.
he
He
has
can
his right to
participate.
share
He can
himself.
participate.
Right,
He can
which means he has
participate.
a right on a public platform to express
That's
himself
right. Okay, I
publicly.
got this, Miss Vince. You're
Nobody's
right.
denying
Again,
that
Public
it's
right.
platform,
over.
but
Nobody's
then
denying his
Nobody's
right to
denying
do
that
it.
right.
Well, he did it, so now we're
Right. No
commenting
one's
on it. I
denying it,
don't
but
see how
those
that's
are
right.
difficult.
suggestions are
You
coming
put
out to
yourself
do
out
that.
there. I'm allowed to fucking comment on it. That's the thing. You've
That's
opened
it.
yourself up for this criticism by opening yourself
I
up
don't think
for
Jalen
criticism.
Phillips have a problem with people's criticism of his Instagram posts. Has been any replies to him in reference to that?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
going through
aware
his
of.
a
fucking
lot of
replies.
positive, and some people are saying weak
And
or
crypto,
No,
soft
I'm
nobody,
or
talking
whatever.
about
crypto,
Jalen Phillips himself responding
crypto,
to everybody else's
No, I
response.
haven't seen
crypto.
his response.
Nobody is suggesting that Jalen Phillips has a problem with their critiques. Big Nick has a problem
Right.
with their
He does.
critiques. Right.
Yeah.
So,
Right,
Well,
but I'm
just like
saying Jalen
Jalen
Phillips don't
Phillips
have a
has the
problem. Then
right
Jalen Phillips is
to have
fine.
his just like Jalen Phillips has his right to say and share his feelings. There's nothing wrong with us fans to talk about that because we have
Right. Is
our right to
nothing
talk
wrong?
about it
No,
too.
Right. He has the right
no
to
one
share his
says
feelings, and
the
you have
fans
the
is
right to
wrong.
say shut up and
No,
dribble.
I mean clearly they are saying that the fans are wrong.
Well, he
I
has
just
the
find
right
it
to
funny.
express his feelings, and you
No,
have the right to say shut
they're
up and
not saying the
dribble.
fans. They're saying the fans are wrong in certain aspects and telling him to be quiet about it.
No, I'm telling him that I'm giving him the sound advice to not do this, so fans don't need to be quiet or speak on it because he didn't
well,
need to
right,
bring it the
crypto.
fuck up.
They're saying to not bring it to the fans, not to not be quiet about it. They're saying go
Yeah,
seek help from the person that can help
exactly.
you,
Go
not the
talk to
But the
fans.
somebody.
fans take it to
I
him.
want him
The
to
Well,
get
fans
help.
take it to him.
the
The
I
fans take
want
it to
him to
him.
get help.
The fans
The
came to
fans
him.
take it
That's
to
a
But it's
him.
fine.
projection.
How do we know he
That's a
didn't do all of the
projection.
above?
No, that's a projection that the fans came to him because all he's talking about is how he's beating himself up. I didn't hear about how
But how do
I
we
wish
know?
the fans would stop
But how do we
dogpiling me
know he
because I
didn't
didn't
take
do
that
good.
step of seeking other help from a
We don't know,
psychologist?
Crypto. That's the
That's
point. So we can only
precisely
go by
why we're
what we
having the
see.
conversation.
Exactly.
But
Yep.
that's again, that's all speculation that he didn't do. He probably did it all.
It's
And
Nobody's
just as
again,
much
we
saying
can only go
saying.
by what we see, Crypto.
that's why we're having the conversation, because nobody know if he would have followed all that up with, hey, don't worry, fans, I'm getting the help I need. You ain't gotta worry. We wouldn't even be talking about it.
Right, but that's the part he
Color.
may not
So
want to
color.
disclose to people.
So color. Do I have a problem with you
No, I'd
guys
say too late.
reporting? Color, do you think I have a
Sorry.
problem with you guys reporting on what Jalen Phillips said, or do you think I have a problem with the narrative of the shut up and dribble?
Well, I don't think that anybody was suggesting shut up and dribble with a clear-headed mind, knowing in that context what you're bringing to the table in that
Hey,
context.
that's what it sounds like to me. Shut up and dribble.
And that's what I'm trying to clarify right now. The words themselves, shut up and dribble, I'm not sure anybody realized that that was the context you were coming from when you first brought it up.
Again,
I don't know
I'll
how when
say
somebody said what
look,
brought
In
it
other
I
up.
don't want
In other words,
Somebody said, "What's wrong
go
with
get
that?"
the professional help. Bring it to the person that can help you. The fans can't help you. The fans
Which
only
he probably already did. He probably
I
felt he
am
wanted to be transparent.
going to say
right,
that.
but the fans only expect him to do one thing, is what Cap and Ms. Fins are saying.
Yes,
And that's
what
we
I'm
know
saying
him
is
to do. I only know
don't
Jalen
burden
Phillips
me.
because he's a football player. I don't know him beyond that.
Exactly, and I'm
Wait,
saying
you
burden.
don't know him beyond that, but maybe he's willing to share himself and
Maybe,
his personal
but
experiences.
for my part, I don't have anything to expect out of him but dribbling.
No, because he's not a basketball
Well, he's
player.
already
I
doing
expect
that.
him to go defend.
Analogy, Miss Fins, analogy.
I
I'm just
know, I
saying.
get it, but
You know what I mean?
the expectation, I don't see why it's wrong as a fan to want your player to do their job. Again, I don't see what's wrong
Right,
with that.
but you expect that as a fan, but the last time I checked, Instagram is not an NFL platform.
Is
So
the
if he's
NFL
sharing
not?
it on a public forum
He can do
that's not the
whatever he
NFL
wants,
platform, he has the right to
Crypto.
do it.
He can do
No
whatever
one's
he
saying he
wants.
doesn't have the right crypto. So why are you guys bringing all this extra stuff that has nothing to do
That's
with
called
what's in front of him?
Because he just stood up there and said we as fans expect him to
Oh,
dribble.
straw manning. There you
No,
go.
I
There you go. Straw
expect
manning.
don't
him.
hear it,
I
Crypto.
expect
Got it.
him. I expect him
don't
to
hear
Do
go
his
on a
job.
public
I expect
platform
him to do
to
his job.
reveal what he wants to
See,
do publicly.
all right,
I
all right,
expect
all
him
right.
to do his job. I don't understand what's
quick,
wrong
And
with
I
that.
expect him to do both. I expect him to do all of the above. How about
Okay,
that?
that's
He
great.
can
That's
walk
you
and chew
as
gum.
a fan. I can't speak for you. Miss Vince is not speaking for Crypto or Big Nick or anybody else. Each fan has the right
And that
to
don't
have
mean
their
and that
Shut
don't
up and
mean
dribble.
shut up
expectation
and
of their
dribble. And
players.
that don't mean shut up and
That's
dribble.
that's
That's exactly what it
fine.
means.
If
No,
you're
to
telling
you it
him
means
he
that.
cannot go
That
on
does not mean
Instagram,
for everybody else.
which is not a publicly owned platform. It's kind of both because it's publicly traded. It's owned by Meta, Facebook, so he can go on there at any time and any
He can go
hour to
anywhere.
express himself.
He could be nude on 199th Street, Dan Marino Drive, and say the same exact thing. That's his prerogative. I'm not going to stop him. Everybody has a right to say what they want to say. All we're talking about is this is what he
But
put.
but
This
that
is
needs
my
to be the
opinion on what he's saying. Maybe he should have probably seek some help
The
if
only
he
thing that
hasn't
started
already.
this whole
So
thing
go
was
ahead and get
people
some
are just saying
assistance.
what
that the
started
big
this
didn't
whole
speak out. You
conversation.
don't know for a fact
Hold
he didn't speak out.
What started this whole conversation was people calling him soft for
You assuming he
being
didn't
this
speak
way,
out. That's
Crypto.
the problem.
I will
It's
assume
not
that
a
he
problem
did.
because again, I
Again,
only
Crypto, you're
have this.
getting
I can
hung
only
up
go
on
by
the
what I
wrong
see.
shit. You're getting hung up on the wrong shit.
Exactly.
We're
Because
not
again,
assuming
they have
anything.
nothing
I don't
to
give a
speak about
fuck.
what is
I
in
don't
front
give a
of them.
fuck if he's in therapy every day. Crypto. You're assuming that I'm assuming. I don't give a fuck if he's in therapy. I don't need to know. That's his personal business.
Miss Vince just stood up there and said,
All you want him to do is dribble.
No, what Miss Fins is saying is that he should have. Okay, what Miss Fins is saying is that he should have handled this internally and not publicly. And because he's handled it publicly, we are publicly responding. And the fact that now, hold on, Crypto, let me fucking land. Let me land. Now that we're handling it publicly, I'm not going to be told how I should publicly handle it in any way, shape, or form because I wouldn't be publicly doing it if he kept it internal.
How he should handle what he should handle it privately or not.
I don't give a fuck. I don't
Can I
care.
offer a
Nobody's
different
telling you how
perspective
to
real
handle
quick?
your shit. Nobody's telling you how to handle your
It's
shit.
like
But I am going to say something that you had a mentality of shut up and dribble, and that's
Even
it.
in the fucking A.
Oh my
It's
god!
in the A.
It's like if he came out on a Tuesday. It's like if we came out on a Tuesday and said, guys, I really like clean windows. I can't stand dirty windows. I'm going to go clean some windows. And I'm just like,
Shut up and dribble.
I don't care if you, that's not what I expect. I don't expect clean windows from
your
Jalen
expectations
Phillips.
outside of the field.
Can I give a different
Right,
perspective
shut up
on
and
it?
dribble. Right, shut up and dribble.
Don't
To
follow
you.
if you don't like what he's saying, then don't follow the social media.
Right.
Or
You guys
talk
hear
about
me?
it. Yeah. What's up, Red White and Bills? Welcome.
What we're
What's up?
talking about, real quick, Shake, real quick, to reset. Hold on, to
That's the whole point.
to reset the
No, that's
conversation
not the
properly.
point.
What we were talking
Yeah,
about
he
was
is being social. He made a social media
what we
statement.
were talking about was people calling him
Put
soft.
that back up, Crypto. I mean,
putting this
Culler,
out
put that
there.
back up. Nick sounds ignorant as fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck what you say. I
We were
still got to
never
pay you
talking about
$2,800
whether
a month.
we weren't even ever talking about whether he should have put this out there or not. We were talking about why people are calling him soft for doing it. Has nothing to do with his rights or anything of the sort.
That is a different
Right,
argument
but
with
let's
what you're
read
having,
beneath that
Culler.
statement.
I don't know why you guys can't understand that. I don't give a damn how you feel about his comment. I don't give a damn if you want to critique what he says. I have a
Clearly, you
problem with
do.
the mentality is you're making millions of dollars. I don't give a fuck about what you got going on. Just dribble the ball.
So you
That's
think
what I
people
got.
shouldn't have their
That's
own
not even
opinion?
the
You're
discussion
anti
of
people
it.
having their own opinion? Is
Right,
that what it is?
I gotta be
Here, bro, let me tell you
100%
something.
clear on this.
No,
I
I
don't
didn't
really
forget.
I don't need to know all of the personal dealings with an athlete. I don't need to know if his marriage is on the rocks. I don't need to know if they're dealing with addiction. I do
That's
empathize
fine.
with people who have
You don't have to know
listen,
that. It's called turning the channel as well.
I got that. But this is a fucking YouTube
Yeah,
created for the
that should be
Dolphins.
applied to a lot
Turn
of
the
people.
channel. We might as well shut
Right,
this bitch off.
right.
So what
Crypto,
the fuck are we talking about?
we're doing what Big Nick was doing. We're reacting to people's reaction. We are reacting to people calling him soft for this.
Can I give my
Again,
point of view real quick?
Well,
please.
Go, Reverend Bills, you're gonna get.
that's their perception. There's a right to perceive that, but well,
Go
So
ahead,
you
Sean.
guys all know
I
I
wouldn't
love
have even brought it up. I wouldn't
Hey,
have even
real
brought
quick,
it up
let's let
other
Sean
than
get in.
I wouldn't have even brought it up other than the fact that people were already arguing about him being soft for it. That's why I brought it up. Otherwise,
Crypto, we can't win this argument.
any other reason is y'all's own perceptions.
Go ahead, Sean.
So
no, but you see how that could be perceived as telling him to shut up and dribble.
No,
Okay, but if I told Dan Marino to shut up and dribble, would that be racist?
Would it? Would
It
it?
would be biased.
Would it?
White
Oh, so wait a minute. Why would it be biased
So
if
this
it's
what y'all
pure
want to
Dan
have? So
Marino?
this the conversation y'all want
Okay,
to have?
okay.
So this
No,
is-
nobody
so-
wanted to have this conversation, Big Nick.
So
You made
no,
it
you
into this
just
conversation. It
co-signed that
makes
shit,
no
so I don't
sense.
think you want to have
It
it.
makes no
So you ask
sense
the question,
that we're
what is
even talking about this.
That's
This
why
you
I just said,
literally
what is
changed.
you ask the question? You want me to answer it?
You took this conversation and ran it off a cliff.
Nah, you don't want
This
me to
is what
answer it. I know
takes.
you don't.
This is
I
what
know you
takes
don't.
great
You don't want me to answer
conversations
it.
into
When a
pieces
white
of
woman
crap
uses against a black
because
man,
of
you're being
this
very
type of
naive.
narratives.
You're being very naive when you're going to sit here and
These type
obfuscate the
of
fact
narratives
that if a white woman says
absolutely
it against a black athlete, that is not rooted in
the
racism. Stop.
actual conversation
Let's
off a
not
cliff.
obfuscate
Thank you
and
for
say that
driving
when
it
a
off
white
the
man goes
cliff.
against another white man. Stop it.
Thank you for driving it off a cliff. Period.
We're
Period.
not talking about a white woman. Crypto. We're not talking about
They don't
some
get it,
dumb white
Crypto.
bitch
They
said
don't
to
get
fucking
it.
black
That's
athlete.
what the black
Please.
man
They
do.
When a
don't get it.
black man
Please.
calls another black man the N-word and a white man calls him the N-word and is what it's rooted in. Stop it. We're not going to obfuscate and have the conversation in that way.
Marino,
Let's not go down this
shut up
path.
and dribble. Marino,
We
shut
know
up and
when a
dribble.
white
What's wrong with
woman
that?
sits on her purse
What?
and tell that to
Marino,
a black
shut up and
athlete
dribble.
what it's rooted in.
Jalen Phillips, go get me a sack. Do your job. Get me a sack.
We know what the hell it's rooted in. Stop it.
You
Hey, Miss
kidding
Jen,
me?
We're
even
not
if you
going to sit
tried,
up
you
here and
couldn't
make
be
this false
racist.
equivalence
I
Even if
can't.
you
You
really
guys
when
tried,
another
you
white
couldn't be
man do
racist.
it against another white man.
Again, right off the cliff, people, and this is probably why I don't come up here because this is what happens. Right off, great conversations, right off the cliff.
Right.
Anyways,
Right.
I don't
thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it. You guys have a great
I'm too
day.
woke for you. I'm
Take
too
it
woke
easy,
for
Miss
you.
Vince. Take it easy, Miss Vince. Listen,
This is ridiculous.
I don't get where the correlation of what some dumb white bitch said to fucking whatchamacallit in a racial manner. I don't understand how the two are synonymous with each other.
Because you're
right
not
now.
trying to hear it. I would explain it to you again, Cap, but you're not trying to hear it.
Yeah, you're
If you
right.
really
I'm
want
not,
to hear it,
I'm
I
not
would
trying
explain
to
it to you,
hear
my brother.
how you're going to take the most distance of threads and tie it together.
Okay,
you're right.
I'm gonna tell you how I tie it together. I'm
Go
gonna tell you how I
ahead.
tie
Tie
it together.
away.
So Laura
Tie away.
Ingram, so LeBron James and Kevin Durant did an interview where they gave some criticism on the former president, right?
Mhm.
Fox News didn't like that criticism, so Laura Ingram told LeBron James he should just shut up and dribble, right? Which means nobody want to hear from you. You get paid millions of dollars to bounce basketball. You have no other effect on society. Told that to a black man. Now, fast forward to this post, right? Your criticism of what he said and how he said it is fair. But for you to tell him that you don't want to hear none of that shit, all you want to do is see him get sacks, that's the same thing as shut up and dribble.
Hey, hold on. Big Nick, I want to add to your theory, because Laura Ingram, the same person who told LeBron James to shut up and dribble, right? 2 years later, said, "Oh, Drew Brees has, just because he's an athlete, he has a right to speak his opinion because he fought against kneeling for the national anthem." So when Drew Brees spoke his opinion, it was okay for him to say something, but when LeBron said something, it was shut up and dribble.
Absolutely.
Again,
Right.
all of this
That's
is
rooted in racism.
Which is rooted in racism.
This is why I fucking
That's all
hate
you
election
gotta say.
fucking years.
The
This is
context
why
of
I
the
fucking hate
statement.
election years. I fucking hate politics and I hate elections because this is how everything dissolves into this trash right now. I don't give a fuck about that
You
dumb
mentioned
bitch
it
that
again.
said it. I don't give a
Cap, you
fuck about
mentioned it
LeBron James
again.
and how he got his pooter hurt. I don't give a fuck about any of them because it
You
ain't got
mentioned
shit
it
to
again,
do.
Cap.
No, I'm not misinterpreting it. You are applying an example of something that happened years ago to today when this bitch is on here talking boo fucking who me on fucking IG. And I don't have to give a fuck about it. Race be damned.
And you
No,
telling
we
him,
talk about the
what you're
historical
telling him is
context of the
fuck up and go get me
statement.
some sacks.
And
Right.
Shane
So
was just
add it to
pointing
the
out the
list.
hypocrisy
Add it
and
to
how
the
it's
list of things
applied.
we're never allowed to use in any other context because it was used that way. Okay, so I'll
That's
go
right.
ahead
So
and
I
jot
will
that down in
never
my book.
criticize an athlete ever saying anything ever again because I might be able to be cherry picked a time in which racial tendencies were used to criticize an athlete. That is fucking gay as fuck. And I ain't gonna be living in those world or paradigms.
God
And
damn.
nobody, it's gay as fuck. And ain't nobody gonna make me
So now
fucking
you
live in it.
disparaging a whole other
Oh,
community.
but no, it's
Give a
not.
fuck
It's
about
not.
anybody's
How it's a
community when I'm
gay is
talking
the
about
use of
shit
it.
I want to
If
talk
you
about.
use a racist term to describe something that you don't think is racism, you're going to be called a racist.
I didn't use the fucking term. Big Nick did.
I'm talking about if it's the context is used as being called out as being racist as the context.
He fucking did
not the
it, not
person.
me, Crypto. He did, not me.
He said the language and the context and where it's coming from, not the individual is racist. The person has a blind spot for it. He
They don't
pointed
get
out
that.
he pointed out
Nobody
people's
ever used
blind
the
spot to
phrase.
it. You can't be
Nobody ever used the phrase.
No.
They don't
I'm
get it,
not
Crypto.
phrase
It's
is
listen,
not
nothing you
used.
do.
I get
The
it. Just
direct phrase
fucking
don't
put.
have to be used. The language itself is
Then I'm
embedded.
sorry, bro. I'm sorry
I don't
about
give a
your fucking luck, man.
I don't give a fuck,
Damn.
bro. Because you're
I don't need
saying
nobody
that
to feel
I
sorry
have to,
about my luck,
you're
to be
telling
honest with
me,
you.
hold on, you're telling me that I have to watch every fucking word out of my goddamn mouth because someone said something racist in all time, all the way back to the 60s when someone wore a fucking mask because they were Asian,
So,
to this
Cap,
They
that's what
dumb
you
never
bitch
just
getting out
saying
of
used
what
what
it in
she
you
the
said.
saying. We
60s.
And
telling
I'm
you.
They
telling
used
That's
it
what you
you,
getting out of what
I'm
you telling you, Cap.
in the 21st
I'm
century.
telling y'all
That
that I
wasn't
ain't
just
gonna
the
live
60s.
in that fucking reality, and you can take it and fuck off with it. That's what I'm telling you. I ain't
Okay,
gonna
if
live
you
in
That's what
that
choose
you
to
fucking
have
getting
a
for,
blind
reality.
then
spot
that's
to
on
it,
you,
that's your
Cap. But that's
choice.
not what we saying.
If you want to
Huh?
have a blind spot to
I
it, that's
can't
your choice.
control the way you hear shit that I'm saying.
No, Big Nick.
That's
Because I've
your choice.
listened.
If you want to
Listen,
have a blind
Big Nick.
spot to it
No,
and not let people of African
it's not a
American
blind
descent
spot.
tell you
It
the
seems to
context
be
of
the
it,
only
then
fucking
that's
thing
on
you
you.
want to see, Crypto. It seems to be the only thing, Big Nick, and you want to talk to and bring back to the
No,
thing.
it's
This
not. I'm
fucking
just
criticism.
explaining. I don't give a shit. I'm just
I
explaining where
don't
it came
need
from.
explaining. I don't need to be fucking explained to.
Because you're
I'm
being
not a dumb
willfully
fuck.
ignorant. That's what you're
I
doing.
am
That's
not.
called
I am
willful
not.
ignorance. That's
You're
called
being
willful
ignorant.
ignorance.
No.
What you doing?
You're being
No, you're being willfully
obsessively.
ignorant about the
You are
fact. I want to
being
throw out though the fact that
obsessively
if somebody
ignorant.
perceives it as a
Nope,
racist
nope.
context,
You're
you
wrong
don't want to
because you're
acknowledge
wrong.
it. That's
You
what
are
you're
being
doing.
obsessively
You're being
ignorant
willfully
because
ignorant. That's
you're
what you're
being
doing.
obsessively ignorant because you want to place
No, I'm
race
not being
on
obsessively
me.
ignorant.
Yes, you are. You're being
You're being willfully
obsessively
ignorant.
ignorant
You're
because
being very naive right now.
you want to place me
Because
or
I
whomever.
explained it the way Big Nick was feeling and how perceived it
I'm
doesn't
telling
mean he
you
was
and
calling
Big
you a
Nick,
racist
both of
and you
y'all are
being offended
fucking
by
wrong.
it.
That's
You
right.
want to
I'm
say
gonna tell
that Big Nick was
you
calling you a
and Big
racist,
Nick
and he
are
wasn't
both
calling you
fucking
one.
wrong.
He
I
said
You're
the
wasn't
both
calling him
context
fucking
in
one.
which
wrong.
you
You're
explained
both
that way
wrong,
you were
and I don't give a
projecting
fuck
on
what you
Jalen
say.
Phillips is coming
No,
from a
I'm
racist
projecting.
context.
I'm fucking projecting. I didn't even bring up this fucking conversation. You motherfuckers are bringing it up
You
because I'm talking
explaining
bad
away
about
and
Phillips.
excusing away the context
No,
of it.
you're right. I am excusing the fucking dumb as fuck example you're bringing to this conversation. That's right. I'm
That
excusing it.
wasn't a dumb
Hey, you think I
example.
called
He
you
told
racist,
you
Cap?
the
Cap,
pure
you think I called
statement
you
and
racist?
how you use that freaking context is coming from a racist
Capitan, you think I called
context.
you racist?
Oh no, I don't think you directly call me racist. No.
So what you upset about if I told you that
What
the
I'm
statement
upset
that the
is
attitude if I tell you
you know
that
what
the
I'm upset
attitude
with?
that you have toward Jason Phillips, that comes from my attitude that is rooted
So
in racism. You
I
think
have
I'm
enough
calling you
good
racist?
attitude to know his name is Jalen Phillips, not Jason Phillips. I'm sorry,
Okay, well whatever.
I had to
Okay,
troll
I
you real
apologize.
quick.
You're
I had to
right.
troll you
You're
real
right.
quick.
You're right. Jalen
I had to
Phillips.
troll you. I had to troll you. My
Jalen
point
Phillips.
is, I am criticizing him because he opened himself up to criticism.
That nobody have a problem with that. Nobody have a problem with that, Cap. That's what you don't understand. Nobody have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is you saying that I don't want to hear shit from you. I want you to go out and get me some sacks.
Well, I don't have a problem with that because that's exactly how I feel. Because I'm not
Okay.
laying my bullshit
All
on
right.
him
Okay.
the same way I don't want him to lay his bullshit on me.
All right. I guess all right. And again, you're taking it too personal when all I'm telling you is that that mentality of just go get me some sacks and shut the fuck up is rooted in the same type of racism that shut up and dribble is.
No. I'm not telling him he has to shut up. I'm saying it would probably be best if he did because this has only opened himself up for criticism
Be
that I
best for
don't
who,
think
Cap?
is
Be best
necessary.
for who?
I don't think
It'll
Jalen
be
For
Phillips
best for
him,
cares
who,
about
Cap?
the
for
public
him,
scrutiny,
It'll
or
be
else
for
he
best for
would have
who,
never
Cap?
put himself out there to begin with on the public
It'll be
platform.
best for who?
Jalen Phillips. It would be best for him.
Oh man, he disagrees with that.
I don't think he would have never put it out on the public
He
platform if he thought
disagrees
it
with
was
that.
best for us, wasn't best for him.
What's up, man? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, what you looking for?
427. That's the house address.
All right, give me a second. Which is?
Could it be in this area?
And by the
Probably.
way, again,
Hold on a second. Let me put
what
me on
I'm
mute, Culler.
covering here is the fact that there was about a half hour straight of people on another show calling him soft for posting this.
Right.
Not saying he
And
didn't
that's
have the
different.
right to post it. Not saying he didn't have the right to post it. Not saying whether it was good for him to post or bad for him to post. There are people calling him soft. I'm not even
Right.
saying I agree with those people. I'm simply pointing it out and asking the question if other people agree with that or not.
Culler, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring it back to the original context, and that's
Well,
cool, buddy.
again, to
That's
point
cool.
out
That's your
that it
job.
never was meant to
That's your
be about
job to
all
put
that.
the train back on the tracks. That's your job, absolutely. All I'm saying is when an athlete, I don't give a fuck who the athlete is, right? Simone Biles went through the same shit. Simone Biles left the Olympics because she wasn't there mentally, and she brought that to the world to explain to them this is why. And you know what they say? I don't want to hear that shit. You let your country down. Same fucking thing. Every time an athlete, I don't give a fuck who the athlete is. Every time an athlete want to come up and post something outside of his job, people tell him shut the fuck up and dribble.
Can I get a thought in
And,
real
and
quick?
I respect that. I respect that, Big Nick. What I'm saying is that a lot of that, like, that's a whole nother side issue, and you're not wrong for pointing that out. I just don't simply think that that was anybody's intention here, or even applies at the moment, other than
Hey, Culler,
the
what means
words,
more?
other than the words being
Well, they need
similar.
to make that
Culler,
preference.
what means more, Culler?
That needs
Culler,
to
what
be
means
pre-law.
impact or intention? Impact or intention? What means more?
Okay, fair enough. But if the impact is always going to be there, then what is anybody supposed to do about it but shut up?
No. The impact is going to be there,
Nick,
and when somebody tell you how they're impacted, perhaps you can change your viewpoint.
Yeah,
real
but I
quick,
don't.
Big Nick,
But the viewpoint doesn't change. The manner in which it's expressed might change, but the viewpoint doesn't change.
Can Sean get
Listen,
his
real quick, because I got to run.
All right.
I'm not saying I don't want to not say that race doesn't apply to certain issues and how people handle things, and I certainly don't want. What I don't want to have happen, which I see happens in some instances, is that it's used as a cop out in a negative way, because I feel, to me personally, I feel like it dilutes where real racism lies, and it dilutes it in both directions, right? And I don't want that to happen, because there is,
It
as
don't
we see,
go in both directions.
it does, in the sense that
It don't.
people will, it doesn't, and I'm gonna tell you how. It does, because people will take the power of using and calling out racism away. Ultimately, it's like devaluing what racism is, and to me, it's a very
No, what's
harsh word.
devaluing racism is, with all due respect, Cap, was devaluing what racism is. This was all due respect, brother, because you know how I really feel about you.
I know, Big
Devaluing
Nick.
racism is for white people to tell black people what's racist.
You broke up there. White people that tell black people what?
Yeah, that was devaluing racism, right? And this was all due respect, is for white people to tell black people what's racist.
But see,
No. I
again,
want. Hold on, Culler. Let me
I
land.
feel that's where the mistake is. The misunderstanding is, because when you brought up why the phrase came with a racist history and context, you brought up the example, and none of us disagree that Laura Ingraham was being a racist piece of shit at that point.
Yeah, fuck that dumb
I
bitch.
didn't put this on an individual basis that Cap is being racist. What I'm saying is,
how's
that
it fair
type of
not to,
viewpoint.
bro? You're applying
All I'm
Laura
saying is,
Ingram.
But again,
You're applying Laura Ingram's
that
feelings
type
to
of
what
viewpoint
to
is
El
rooted in
Capitan,
racism.
bro.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that type of viewpoint is rooted in racism. If I have a mango tree buried on, Indian sacred ground,
okay, fair enough.
right?
It may be, but you're superimposing the context that she was using onto El Capitan in this conversation.
Exactly.
Only superimposing it. Right. You take the words. I don't give a fuck about what you got to say. Go get me some sacks, and you can interchange those with shut up and dribble.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying that Jalen couldn't express himself. She was. He
I
was
didn't
saying
say
that
that. That's not
LeBron
the
can't
point,
express
Culler.
himself.
Why you guys are missing the point? All I'm saying is his mentality of telling an athlete.
You started
that,
speaking before I finished, so I feel like you're missing my point. Okay.
Well, hold on, real quick, Culler, real quick, because I gotta go. Big Nick. When I know, if I want to know if racism is still alive, the example is all the more evident that I know that it is, because it's let's call it for facts. But here's something that it pains my heart as a white person.
I know it ain't.
Just hold on.
It ain't.
It pains my heart as a white person to know that here we are, where we're talking about this, and racism is so alive and still active that it triggers you in a racial tendency, and it hurts my heart that that's where you got to carry. You got to carry that burden with you, and I'm telling you that's unfair, buddy. I'm telling you that I love you enough, and I hope there's enough good, non-racist white folk that you can come in contact with to hopefully unburden you from needing to feel like you got to carry that around with you.
So
that's where my heart hurts, buddy. That's where my heart hurts.
But this is all I'm trying to say to you, Cap. And I'm not calling you a racist. I don't think you're a racist, right? But this is what I'm telling you. This is the analogy that I use. I love the Constitution of the United States of America, but I also understand that the original form of the Constitution was not designed for me. They had to add amendments to it, right? So they had to add amendments in order to include me into the Constitution, right? So just because I love the Constitution doesn't mean that I don't understand that it is rooted in racism.
Okay, because when it was written in a way where African Americans and people of color didn't have the same rights. I can't dispute that, right? But I also I think we both agree. That living document.
Yeah, it's a reason why there's a term in our community called shuck and jive, right? That's a reason why that's a term in our community, because since the existence of us in this in this country, right?
It's asking you to
we have been told our job is to entertain. Period. You have no say in societal issues. You as a person don't matter. Your only job is to entertain us. That's why black people used to have to go on television or on the stage, and even though they were black, they still had to put black paint on their face because they're not people. You're not here to provide us with any social content at all. You're only here to
But also,
entertain. So I'm
Big
not
Nick,
saying you're racist, but when I'm saying you tell an athlete, I don't want to hear that shit, shut up, go give me some sacks. All I'm telling you, brother, is that mentality is rooted in American
well,
racism.
I will tell you this. I would say beyond where the original document took place in 1776 when it all got put together, where there was racial divides amongst us, and how it's changed all the way into when Martin Luther King had to do what he had to do, and God bless him, it took his life to get it done.
Has it
For all
changed?
that, my point is that I'm not saying I won't understand, listen, or hear, but for what I want to keep it pushing and move forward. And I don't want to have to have my friends and family that are people of color to have to be burdened with this. And I'm not saying you're not going to be. I'm looking to alleviate that pressure. And if we're going to continue to have any and every conversation and insert racism, we're just spinning our wheels with this, bro. Because I'm not saying I don't want to hear how it made you feel and what it sounded like to you. But if I got to watch everything, then I might as well do nothing because I won't operate in that life. I won't. And if it comes down to when I'm going to be imposed, where I'm going to be quote unquote educated about it, it's only going to induce rage from me because I'm not going to fucking change where morals are. And the bottom line is that I'm critical of someone who has opened themselves up to criticism. And if you want to go ahead and implement what it made you feel, that's fine. But it's not going to make
I
me
don't
feel
know how to
any
explain it
different.
to you anymore. I don't know how to explain it to you
You
anymore,
don't
Cap.
have
That's
to
not the point.
explain
We're
it to
having
me
two
because
different
I
discussions.
understand you.
But let
I
me give you an example.
understand
I'm
you.
sitting outside. I'm sitting outside with my neighbor, right? And my neighbor happens to be a part of the LGBTQIA community, right? And when you said earlier, you said us doing this, that's gay. My neighbor looked
Yeah.
right over here because that was
Guess
offensive,
what?
Cap. So
I don't.
so when you say
Again, my
so when you say
brother-in-law
that if you
is
got to be
gay.
careful of
My
everything you say,
brother-in-law, my wife's brother is gay, homosexual. Been that way since I met him at 14 years old. I would talk in front of him any which way. And if they want to feel a certain way, don't burden me with your feelings. It's
oh my
same
God,
thing
Cap.
applies.
Oh my God,
It
Cap.
I'm not gonna let you burden me with your feelings to try to impose that I'm doing something that has offended you as something other than what I just said. If you want to be offended, go ahead. But if you're gonna make me suffer or teach me or punish me, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not the one. I don't give a fuck. And if they want to try to do something about it, I'll do that next step. And I'm not going to let any label stick on me because again, I don't give a fuck because I know it's not true. I'm not a homophobe. I'm not a racist. And anyone who thinks that I'm a homophobe or racist will get these fucking hands. That's where I am.
But when you want to call men soft, you refer to them as gay.
I will use the term gay like everyone's used it in the same connotation forever. And they're not gonna, I don't give a fuck. That's right. And if it offends some homosexuals, I would personally say, I'm sorry that me saying that shit's gay to offend you. That was never the intent. But if they
It's
want
not
to
the
jump in
intent to
front,
impact, Cap.
listen, I'm tired of motherfuckers jumping in front of words as if they're bullets saying, why did you shoot me? Go fuck off with your self-righteous bullshit somewhere else because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to hear
Right?
it,
It ain't their
and I
fault
don't
that
give a
you
fuck.
gay. It ain't their fault. It ain't your fault that they gay.
I didn't say that it's a fucking problem. Say that it's a problem. I don't care. To each
Big
their
Nick,
own.
I'm a skinny little decrepit puny guy. Do you think any of the jocks out there give a shit about my feelings?
No one gives a fuck about anybody's feelings.
if they're out there making fun of some skinny decrepit little skinny guy?
And y'all be safe, man.
All right, later, buddy. Well,
I mean, you know, like
Fucking A, dude. Lou, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
You think any of the hot women out there are going, hey, let's just fuck him because, he's a skinny, decrepit little puny guy and probably don't ever get none. So we got to think about his feelings and fuck him too.
Listen, I'm just tired. I'm tired of everybody throwing themselves in front of words, acting like they were meant for them. I'm not going to deal with it. I don't give a fuck. You're not going to tie me up with that bullshit. And if you're going to try, I'm going to call you a bitch or fucking make fun of you and tell you I don't give a shit. And there ain't nobody going to do fuck all about it because I'll put these hands on them. That's the truth.
Let me ask you this. Who do you think's First Amendment is tried more often? Me with my frame or Capitan with his frame?
Yeah, because I'll put this frame on that ass.
We both have a First Amendment right, correct? Yet I am less apt to be able to defend mine than he is.
Cap on that phrase then. Let's just bring Josh Allen as the next Elway up here and have him call KP the N-word and let me not act like it wasn't meant for me, based on that logic.
Well, I already explained on that. And listen, again, overt hate will not be tolerated. Okay, that's hate. I don't hate someone with the words I put out unless I do hate them. And if if I'm gonna say the word gay in the context and I used it, and someone wants to then hold a fucking parade to fucking oust me and try to cancel me, I'm not gonna play your bullshit ass games. I'm not gonna hear it. I don't give a fuck, and it ain't gonna affect me either, because I ain't like Jalen Phillips gonna fucking cry about who fucking who. That ain't me.
Damn, what did I walk into?
By the way, on that,
I'm sorry, on that analogy, he's not the same color as you.
Real quick, on that analogy I just used, you know why nobody gives a fuck about my First Amendment and whether I can defend it or not better than Cap? Is because I had the opportunity growing up to get myself in the gym and get myself all busted, and that way nobody tries my Second Amendment. That was my fault. I don't expect anybody to have any special feelings for me because I'm a puny little skinny guy.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Culler. I kind of got confused on that.
Are we trying?
Go ahead, Luke.
Are we trying to? Well, again, I'm just coming in and salute to the fellas, right? But I'm hearing the word like racism and stuff like that. Is anyone trying to say there was racism behind Jalen Phillips' comment? Like,
so here's what happened. Here's what happened, Lou. Here's what happened. No, here's what happened. Okay, Nick, we were criticizing Jalen Phillips on his comments, and Big Nick was up here and he said, "It sounds like to me that it's shut up and dribble." And I'm like, yeah, kind of.
Miss Finn said, "What's wrong with that?"
Yeah, shut up and play football. We don't need to know your personal feelings and be burdened with them. And then he explained how it's racist because shut up and dribble was racist. And because that type of that sentence, shut up and dribble, kind of applies here without the racial undertones, automatically becomes racist because of how it was originally used. And to me, I'm not going to hold my fucking tongue because every which way you could talk at or to someone at some point in time was perceived and used in a racial connotation. And he used the example, well, just like Bruce Lee wore a mask because people couldn't handle that he was Asian. And I'm like, yeah, that happened in the fucking 60s. I don't give a shit about that. I wasn't alive. That ain't my fault. And I'm not going to be burdened with the fault of what they did in the fucking 60s to me today because I didn't do it and I ain't going to let it be put on me. That's how it went.
And I also would like to add that Big Nick was trying to say that that mentality is what applied here.
Yeah, I know.
Of if you can't, you can't say what's on your mind. Just shut up and dribble.
Well,
now again, I wanted to make that clear earlier because Big Nick started talking before I finished my point. Was that Laura Ingraham was trying to disparage and deny the right of LeBron James to express himself while saying shut up and dribble.
Yeah, fuck her,
Capitan and
dumb
Miss Fins
bitch.
were not trying to disparage or deny Jalen Phillips' right to say what he said. They simply said they don't want to hear it. They would rather just have him dribble.
And in that point, his right to say it gives me the right to speak on it.
Right.
And I'm saying
Laura Ingram was implying that LeBron shouldn't have the right to talk politics as a basketball player.
And I'm saying Laura Ingram is an ignorant, dumb bitch for saying that.
Of
And
course,
I'm also saying that. And I'm also saying
I just wanted
that,
to point out the reason I didn't believe the context was the same here.
well,
It's
it's
because
not.
of that underlying tone of her trying to deny or disparage LeBron James' right to speak.
Okay.
That's a big difference. And that to me is what rises it to the level of racism.
And the point in which Miss Fins and myself were trying to get to is that the reason I'm saying it would behoove him to not speak on it is for the reaction it's causing now. And to avoid that reaction is to keep your personal stuff personal. Now, I'm not saying it's not his right to come out and make his personal business known, but it again, cause and effect. And here's the effect from the cause. That's it.
Okay. Now, because I gotta go soon. So can I give my thoughts on this real quick?
Please, Shake, do.
All right. Now check this out. Everybody has their own lens on how they see things and how they perceive but me personally, I had no problem with what Jalen Phillips said. I kind of applaud him in a way, because at the end of the day, there's men who are suffering, who are scared in silence and don't know where to go to, because they think, well, I'm a man, I should just bottle this up and keep this inside and not say anything. As a matter of fact, there's so many people that unalive themselves, and so many people at the funeral. Damn, I wish he would have said something to me, or I wish he would have opened up. So at the end of the day, he's opening up so other people could have the courage to do the same thing he's doing.
So ultimately,
that 100%.
Ultimately, and a person with experience, I'm not going to go into my own personal experiences because that's not really necessary, right? But ultimately, therapy, hard times, depression, eventually it's going to take you and you alone. You're the only person that is in charge of you. Okay. And for anyone who is going through that, yes, seek help from friends and family and or even a stranger or a professional. But ultimately, whether someone's going to give you the tools or the confidence, it's going to take you that impacts your life in a positive manner to get you out of the darkness you have found yourself in. And that's the facts.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
we hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
All right. I just want to give my 2 cents on the conversation. Right. So getting the gist of it, at least for me, I would say it don't bother me that he has these feelings or thoughts or whatever. And if you want to talk to, I think Cap just said it, with like a professional in that field or whatever, or family members or whatever, to get over your issues, I support Jalen Phillips in that 1,000%. But as a fan of this football team, and it looked like what he said was in response of how he was feeling after the Thursday night game, right? Where we all know the Dolphins took an ass whooping, including Jalen Phillips. What I don't like about it, and when you read it, the simple fact of some of the words he chose, it had me like looking at myself in a way like my confidence was shaken. Like I was questioning my abilities. And what people need to understand, right, is if color commentary can read that IG post and El Capitan and Lewis and Crypto and Shake, you know who else can read that post? His peers, the guys that he line up against every goddamn Sunday. And if you don't think that people on the field will use this against him, because again, let's call it for what it is. The Miami Dolphins, they're front runners. And I'm a fan and I love this team, but that's what we are. We have a large enough sample size to see that we are front runners. When everything is going great and perfect and the sun is shining, the Dolphins are virtually unbeatable. But when you line up on Sunday and you come in here with a mindset that we're going to bully the Miami Dolphins, we're going to out-muscle and physical and just we're going to bring a certain attitude to the game that we know the Miami Dolphins will not match, right? This is where that comment for me, it hits home in a way where I don't like it. Because Jalen Phillips is basically inviting people that, hey, if you come out here and you give me a game and you have me, questioning my abilities, what the fuck are we talking about? At the
You're
end of the
tipping your
day,
hat. You're tipping your hat.
At the end of the day, bro, Jalen Phillips needs to understand, especially in the position he plays in the trenches, it's mano y mano. If that guy has you questioning your abilities, that's not the question you should be asking yourself, Jalen Phillips. What you should be asking is, how do I fight back because I'm getting my ass whooped? Stop sitting there and trying to be like, oh, my God, my feelings. I got stop.
And
This
what
is
Lewis,
football.
you know what else, Lewis?
Crazy.
They don't throw. There is no penalty flag for that offensive lineman telling you you're a soft fucking pussy. Come fucking try to get by me, pussy. There ain't no penalty flag for them saying that shit to each other.
Color, this is what the whole argument I used to have when it was the Brian Flores narrative with Tua. And I was consistent on this. Yes, we all on this panel can agree Brian Flores was an asshole and he treated players wrong. I agree. That doesn't mean that those players and tokens should have been broken by that man. Yep. There's not a man on earth that can break me. I'm sorry. In anything.
Right? You're the only one that can break you, Lou. You're the only one that can
break myself. Absolutely. And when I hear this from Jalen Phillips, bro, you're getting your ass whooped, and because your ass is getting whooped, all you can think about is you're questioning your abilities. I mean, bro, let's call a spade a spade. You've been playing this game for, Jalen, in his mid-20s? He's been playing this game since what? For 15 years now? Let's call it 15, 16 years? You
just say a decade.
Okay, so a decade, Cap. So a decade worth of work, right, that has gotten you to a level that you're playing in the NFL and ass whooping has you contemplating your abilities? That's weak, bro. That's weak-minded. And Cap, how long have I been
your ass whooped? Lou, getting your ass whooped should turn you into perspectively to get back in the lab and get better and then give the ass whoopings. That's what a man does.
Right. Absolutely.
Real quick. Let me just try to steel man the people that agree wholeheartedly with what Shake and Crypto agreed with Shake. And look, I get where I know what people are going to call me a fence sitter, but I get where both sides are coming from here big time, because I've been sitting here listening to y'all and being a better show host than I have been in the past, and just letting everybody get their energy out instead of trying to, control everything. And
I appreciate that, Culler.
What Shake said is very, very pertinent at the same time, because when I look at that letter and the first parts of it that I read, the first impression that I got was that he's almost trying to speak the words of those out there that are going through it, who aren't a millionaire football player, who won't necessarily feel comfortable enough to go out on Instagram and tell everybody or get the help they need or tell their peers or their family or whatever. And so he's almost like, if this is how you feel type writing, you know what I mean? Like, he's speaking it from his own mind because he goes through it, but he's also saying, this is what you're thinking, isn't it? And if you are, so I can understand what he's trying to do there. And that's where I think what Shake is really trying to say. And I commend him for doing that. I think I'm a huge fan of Steve Smith Sr. for making it known his issues and all that, and trying to get people to say, hey, even though I'm a dog and everybody sees me as this hard ass, I go through this too, and it was killing me while I was playing in the NFL. But the key difference, Shake, now that I've tried to hopefully steelman you guys, the key difference for me, and I think where I can feel more like the other guys, is that Steve Smith Sr. did all that after it mattered. Like, in other words, while he was going through it and getting himself the proper help and reaching out to people he should have been, he wasn't out here telling us all about it. We didn't even know about it until he retired and then started telling everybody about his battles. You know what I mean?
Steve Smith's either an absolute alpha male too.
Let me respond to that. Because at the number one, Steve Smith didn't have the outlets that Jalen Phillips has.
Right.
So he couldn't, even if he wanted to, he couldn't.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? And not to mention, back then,
well, he could have written a book.
Taboo. You know what I'm saying? Written a book either way, but still, it's now we have more social media at our fingertips. People have easier access. Listen, the reason I think people bringing this up is because we got our asses kicked by the Bills. If we were 5-0 and he came out with this statement, nobody would give two fucks about it.
That's true. That may be true, and that's the but can you see the concern of people? Because I'm noticing in chat, some people are basically saying it's an excuse for poor performance. Like, hey, this is what I've been going through. That's why I sucked Thursday.
Yeah, but you think about this. Jalen Phillips is the only person they gave him the 5th-year option, but they did not extend him. So at the end of the day,
right?
But he was injured too, though, bro. He was injured too. So there's that's not out of the realm of what usually happens. Here's the thing, guys. My problem with it, I see the silver lining, right? Here's a superstar athlete, for lack of a better term, admitting to having the same problems that the regular average Joe has, and hopefully there's some form of correlation that they can, see it and it be an uplifting thing. Sure. The problem is, it also sounds like to me, I don't want to say a cop-out, that's not necessarily, but a bit of a cop-out, while also putting the burden on me as the fan, that I need to keep that in mind every time I see him have a bad game now and go, well, he was in his head and we know he's dealing with this stuff. And I'm not saying that that's something I want to dehumanize from the guy, but why am I, a fucking football fan, just watching football and taking it in, now being burdened with everything? I'm not reaching out to Jalen Phillips and saying, hey, I'm calling the game on Sunday. I had to be up for fucking 14 hours the day before. I had to work 60 fucking hours that week just to come up here and watch this game, and I'm too tired to do it. Why am I burdened with his shit when he's not going to want to be burdened with mine? Don't burden me with yours.
It sounds like something that a guy like him would say to a rich benefactor as a reason why you should still support me and know that your money wasn't wasted.
Absolutely.
Like a rich season ticket holder, let's say.
Absolutely.
Now, real quick, Lou, because Shake did bring up a great fair point. Would we be even thinking about, would we see this more of a side project and no big deal as a way to champion those out there that need a voice who might be suffering from depression? Would we just see this as no big deal in some side project if we were whooping ass and had won Thursday night and he decided to put this out there today?
But that's the point right there. I think if we win on Thursday, we don't see this post. And that's the problem that I have. Like, if you're going through mental health issues, I get it. Cool. I'm not debating if he's going through something. All I'm debating is you don't put it on Instagram Live or IG. That's something you talk about internally with people you trust, family members, or professionals trained in that matter. What it was to me was you were reaching out for sympathy and trying to get people's minds off the fact that the Miami Dolphins laid down again to the Buffalo Bills. That's what it sounds like to me. But again, great show, fellas. I'm not going to be up here long. I just want to address, because just like I think this football team has a bigger problem, and it starts with the players, that I believe there are multiple players on this team that have a soft and weak mindset, right? I do think we have some also some fucking idiots in the chat, right? And it's people like Black Sheep that says, can't take Lewis serious, especially after coming out from hiding. Danny puts, Lewis, why were you hiding when Tua got hurt? The simple fact, whoever this fucking idiot is, because I don't know him, I was in the building. I wasn't hiding. I was in front of 70,000 people watching it live when it happened. That next very day, with no sleep, I was on a YouTube channel, my own YouTube channel, matter of fact, on Friday, talking about it. On Monday, I was on YouTube, on Miss Fins, on here, and on my own channel on Monday. Wednesday, I was on the show. Or today, we will be live. Yesterday, I was live. So I don't know what hiding you just don't watch, or you think you have receipts. You're a fucking idiot. And I just wanted to point it out. Black Sheep, again, whoever the hell you are, you're an idiot. And trust me, I don't know about other people. I will never hide from nobody. People know how to reach me.
Ain't nobody gonna fucking make me hide, bro. You got me fucked up.
So what the fuck is this dude talking about? I've been hiding.
I don't know. He was saying, all I know, Lou, is he was showing in there. He's saying he's got receipts on me and shit. Like, what receipts, bro? What the fuck? What did I?
Fuck out of here. Well, you know what's funny? Cap, you know what's funny though? This is the same fucking idiot that was probably thinks, and again, no shot. It was going to come off as a shot, and I really don't give a fuck. This is probably the same idiot that thinks that Skylar Thompson is still better than Tua. But this fucking idiot, when Skylar Thompson, if Skylar Thompson shits the bed, this is the fucking idiot that will be hiding.
Oh, you know it.
This is the fucking moron that won't come around anymore. If Skylar Thompson performs like dog shit. So again, get your facts straight, homie. Trust me, I don't know about anybody else that you rock with or you listen to. The motherfucker's voice that you're hearing now, though, will not hide from nobody, especially a chat warrior like your motherfucking ass. I can promise you that. But you're a great show, and I'm not trying to derail it. Y'all have a good one.
Later, Lou. Right. I don't know why EM is saying he's looking at me sideways.
We've made it more of a soft Wilding Out Wednesday. You know what I mean? But, yeah, what Cap? What am I missing here, bro? This guy
I don't know.
This guy M seems to have it out for you, man.
Eminem _ Dolphin. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know why this guy doesn't understand English really good. I don't know what his problem is, but he need to figure it out. Maybe
like he needs some V8, bro. He's looking at people sideways. It sounds like you didn't get your V8 this morning.
Yeah, bro. I mean, he's obviously, I don't know if he's got a learning disability or
tomatoes or something.
I don't know. I don't know if he forgot to eat his Wheaties this morning or something.
It's the V8,
I don't know.
It's the V8.
Yep, he needs a V8, a bag of Wheaties with Dan Marino on the front of the box, and needs to read a book because I don't know what his problem is.
Well, apparently he's smart enough to know how to use a computer, so because we got him here.
Oh, there he is. Eminem Dolphin, what's up?
Afternoon, fellas. Afternoon.
Yeah, it's a
what's up, you old softy?
Hey, man, like shit, bro. Like I gotta say though, y'all made my afternoon. Y'all made my morning go by real fast, and this has been a very interesting conversation. Finding out a lot of new information about a lot of people. A lot of confirmations have been established based off this goddamn conversation. So,
hold on,
but I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there.
Hold on, Culler. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. You need to fucking put a name on it and give me a little bit more context.
Hey.
With your
a lot of concerns have been confirmed.
Fuck. I knew you fucking asshole.
Oh shit! You know what? Hey, real shit. Hey, the audio is fucked. Let me back out and come back in. I'll be right back.
All right.
I
knew once I seen EM come into chat, I was like, oh, this motherfucker is not. He is going to twist this in every which pretzel that he could right now, because again, he can tell I'm screaming because I'm pissed, and that's when he's most excited. When I'm
It's
fucking screaming or somebody.
Cap, it's hints, confirmations, and things left unsaid.
Yeah, you can't.
Confirmations.
Man, EM's going to be elaborating on that very shortly. But
I don't know,
I
man.
would
Like,
say when we
Turn
make
up, Crypto. Just find something to turn up about and turn up, man.
no, I don't do that. But I'm saying that if it's based on us getting our butt kicked by Buffalo, then we cannot act brand new about it because I remember Jalen Phillips being on a team when that same Buffalo Bills beat us 35-0 in that same building. Was
Yep.
this put out on Instagram as an excuse? No, it wasn't. That's the
Oh.
Buffalo Bills
Turn
team.
up,
No,
Crypto. Turn up, Crypto.
but it was sort of crypto because
That-
he then later, after Flores was pushed out, he then later made it seem like all his troubles were because of Flores.
Well, yeah, that's what they try to espouse it to Flores. He never directly targeted Flores as the reason. That was
No, but he did come out. He did come out and talk about all his mental issues.
right, but he never blamed Flores.
Yeah, I got you, but
That
all
was my whole fan
it
base.
was under, but Crypto, it was kind of underlying because that was the narrative about Tua and other athletes on the team, and he threw his hat in that ring. Now that he's brought up his mental things again, people are coming back. Oh, he's
Right.
been mentally broken from Flores the last time, and really, here it is, right?
But I don't think it's football teams that we're playing that's doing it to him personally because we lost to the Bills 48
No,
to 20.
it's a
And there was
personal
several
thing.
reports.
Here's the thing, Crypto. It's a personal thing with him. He's hard on himself to the point where he needs to remind himself not to be so hard in a personal way, and that I'm fine with. The problem is that how it's sounded and said in the text, and how people are going to use it is I'm burdened with not making Jalen Phillips feel some kind of way when he not performs, and if I'm going to criticize him, I'm going to be criticized for criticizing him, and I'm not fucking down with that. What's up, M?
How you doing, Cappy?
Yeah.
Cappy.
You had some stuff you need to get off your chest, I hear.
No, not really. It's just I just decided to break real quick and I just want to come up here and I hadn't been on the internet here recently, not too
You
much. And
haven't.
yeah,
You
I haven't,
haven't.
man.
Ever since Tua went down, you've been hiding. That's what I heard.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
That's
That's what the new word is. Oh, okay. But
that's the word on the street, dog.
no, man. I just this is a very enlightening conversation. A lot of new information has been presented, and like I said, just a lot of suspicions and about certain individuals in the community. There's a lot of confirmations have been had by this conversation. So I just thought I'll just come up here and hey, bro, I just want to.
Well, I'll have this right, and I'll
Cap, you
put it
telling
like
people to
this.
shut up and play ball now? Is that what it is?
No, it was dribble. It was dribble. It was dribble.
You
Apparently
telling me to shut up and dribble? Oh shit! God damn! Yeah.
Yep.
Shut up and play ball. Fuck.
Me and Miss Fins. That's our MO. Me and Miss Fins. That's what we do.
Shut up and play ball. God damn. Hey man. But yeah, it's listen, man, all seriousness. I wasn't even aware of that he put that out. That he tweeted that out. I didn't know about it until this morning. I was in Miss Fins' chat this morning and she put it up on her she had it up on her show. Man, I had no idea he put that out. But I know that kind of rubs people the wrong way, especially Lewis, because Lewis has been, respectfully, he been trying to sell this soft-minded narrative about this team for a while now.
He has.
He's been on that. I didn't co-sign it then, and I'm not gonna go as far as to co-sign it now. To say somebody is soft-minded, and again, players, just to get to that point, really to play football, even at a little league level, right? If you're consistent with that and you're really trying to, establish yourself in that arena, in that world, in that profession, bro, to call someone soft-minded, that to me is a little too harsh. That's a little overstated in my opinion. I can't say that any player to get to the NFL level is soft-minded. I just think when, you know, it just might be Buffalo is just a better team, bro. They just might be a more talented team on that day. They were the better team.
I disagree
They were
with
better
that they're more
coaches, right?
talented. No, I
Well,
disagree with that.
on
More
that day,
talent and
on that day, I'm talking about specifically on that day.
well,
And again,
that day seems to be every day is that day when
well,
facing that team.
styles make fights, bro. You hear that saying? In any sports, matchups are what styles make fights. We hear it in boxing. We hear that. That's a boxing analogy, right? And what that
I've heard
means
it.
is
I used to
different teams
box,
match up with other teams better than others, right? And so in regards to Buffalo, we see it all the time. We see Kansas City come out and destroy the Baltimore Ravens, destroy the Buffalo Bills, then they go home and lose to the fucking Oakland Raiders.
Well,
So at the end of the day,
I would say that correlation is exact. The same way Kansas City's in their head, apparently Buffalo's in ours. And our coach said so as much at halftime after winning the game, or at the end of the game speech against the Jaguars. So there is something to that. And when you're talking about styles, yes, but that ain't got styles. It's got to do with mentality. And when we're talking mentality, that is soft, because that is what's going on. Because when you match talent for talent, we're the better football team. That's the facts. And the mentality of this team is letting us down because of the softness. And I will agree with Lou on that point.
Again, I can't go as far as to say, they're soft-minded, bro. I just refuse to believe that. People that have gotten to that level, achieved that level of success in that arena, fuck out of here with soft-minded. At the end of the day, they just
you're only as hard as your soft as you're only as hard.
Careful, Culler.
You know what I mean?
I'm only as hard as you make me soft and hard, I guess. I don't know.
So you could have a bunch of hard guys that act soft because the leader's soft.
Real quick, EM, because I know you heard most of the conversations me and Little Nicky had, as you like to affectionately call him. He is one of your favorites. You love to call him Little Nicky.
Little Nicky.
Yeah, I know you love that. And without going too on point, because you and I talk, tell me where you disagree with me in that.
In regards to what are you talking about? In regards to what?
In regards to the entire conversation. Because I feel like I know you fairly well, and I feel like you align with all of what I said earlier.
Well, in regards to, see, this is for me. I'm not going to make an attempt to speak for other grown people, right? I'll leave that. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. But me, in regards the approach that I take to any team that I like, it could be Spurs, it could be obviously the Dolphins, it could be any professional team that I follow closely. I like to take a I like to take a business-like approach in terms of my fandom. Now, this is where I tend to agree with maybe my opinion might be more aligned with you and Ms. Finn's, is that I don't have a personal relationship with Tua. I'll never have a personal relationship with any of those players for the most part. But so therefore, in terms of things that you're going through personally, bringing your personal life into this professional business-like arena, I don't think there's a place for that, because me speaking as an individual, I don't know you, bro. And again, I'm not saying I don't care that anybody. I'm aware we're all human beings and we go through things no matter what, no matter where you are in life, right? This is an imperfect world, so we're going to have issues. However, in terms of posting it, and again, he has a right to post whatever he wants to post, just like anybody else. However, I don't pay too much attention to that, because all I care is about how you performing on the field. I take a business-like approach, and that is the way I have always been that way. Since Dan Marino retired, right? Because I know y'all been listening. People that's been listening to me long enough, y'all hear me all the time say, we should have our fandom, our loyalty, our emotions should be tied to the logo, right? Not to an individual player. Players come and go, coaches come and go, but the logo will always remain. So, in regards to my approach with these players, whether or not them bringing their personal into this business-like arena that I have with the team, I don't think there's a place for that. So that is where my opinion in regards to not necessarily shut up. I'm not going to go to those extremes and say shut up and just play ball. But I don't listen respectfully, Jalen Phillips or any player, right? Tua, it could be Tua included. I don't necessarily, I don't want to hear, not necessarily want to hear, but I'm just not moved by, personal things that you're going through, right? Because I don't have a personal relationship with you. All I'm worried about is how you perform on the field on Sundays. So that is where I can somewhat agree with, where you and Miss Fans, with you guys' opinion about that situation.
I'm not trying to discourage the person. I'm not trying to, belittle him as a human. But to me, it feels like now I'm burdened with his feelings for when he has a bad performance. I'm not supposed to act any sort of way because of how he is. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's unnecessary.
No, I don't feel burdened at all. He didn't transfer any burden to me by expressing himself on a public platform.
I got you.
No,
Crypto,
I know how to compartmentalize. My day,
your audio is fucked right now.
Yeah, Crypto, you might need to jump back in and out. It sounds terrible. Re-catch the stream.
Damn, just when he about to turn up on you, Cap. God damn.
He can't turn up on shit.
Bro,
Crypto ain't turning up
all
on
I know, he was on your ass earlier, Cap. I was like, turn up, Crypto. Go on and get him up out of the way, Crypto.
Crypto, drop out and come back because you're choppy.
I know it don't affect Crypto in any way. I know that's what he's about to say, but it does affect people. It's a way for Jalen Phillips to say to the public, before y'all haters start trashing me,
know that I'm sensitive. Know that I'm sensitive. Know that I'm sensitive. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not. Again, that's fine. He could be that way. Here's the deal. The point I'm trying to get across. I'm not fucking burdening other people with my personal shit, and I've got plenty of it.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't get burdened by my fucking football team's athlete with his personal stuff. Now, if he was saying, listen, I got to take a step away, I've got personal stuff, and he went into this soliloquy, then I would empathize with that. I was like, hey, listen, obviously it's bad, and I'm also appreciative that he feels close enough to let himself out. There is some strength in that as well, but I'm allowed to compliment on it and put and critique or whatever because he's made it public. That's the deal. And other people want to put their feelings in a way to tell people how to feel about his feelings. It's fucking stupid. It's a feeling circle, and it drives me nuts.
And you know what? And you know what, Cap, real quick? Like him taking that approach and taking those actions to make that private information public, that might trigger some people. That might affect some people, right? Because people might handle their business similarly in a similar way, and we see it all the time. People posting their whole lives on fucking internet, on the internet, on these platforms. I'm just saying that don't move me. That ain't my style. That'll never be. You know what I'm saying? I try to keep my personal situation extremely insulated, right? I let purposely I don't let certain things because that's just not my personal life of my family, et cetera, right? There's no place online for that. You know what I mean? So when people take that approach of broadcasting their whole life for the world to see and put it on full display for the world to, see, again, that's just not my style, bro. So no, I'm not trying to cast any shade in him. I'm sure there's a specific reason why he did what he did. And to those individuals that are moved by that take that to the heart, hey man, salute to all of those individuals. I'm just saying, that's not applicable to me and how I move in this world, bro.
Yeah, it's case by case.
But I will not. But I'm not going to say, in terms of being soft-minded, I can't co-sign that. I look at. Obviously, I evaluate our team and the situation maybe a little different. Obviously, a little different than Lewis and others. But no, just to say that these players, just because you're losing and you're overmatched against certain teams, you're just going to automatically assume that they're weak. No, they just might be better at this point in time, bro. That's the way I look at it. So now to get up and to day after day after day, specifically Jalen Phillips, to come back from an injury the way that he did in the time frame that he did, right? The rehab, getting up when it's not fun anymore, when the lights are off, when nobody's watching you, bro, to maintain that level of motivation, to get up day after day, to be the best version of yourself, to get back on that football field for all of us to cheer, right? Because we all love this team. To label that man soft-minded because he got some mental issues going on in his personal life, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that, bro. I can't go there.
EM, let me ask you a question, right? And answer me in your opinion, though. Why does it seem that again, players in question that we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Phillips of the world, whoever it is, Javon Holland that we also seen on Instagram Live, laying on his ground, complaining and crying. It seems like that's the perception of it, right? Why does it seem, because me and you have a lot of conversations and you say you disagree about the weak-minded mindset when I've been, I guess, pushing that. Why, in your opinion, though, it seems to me that these same players, they're bullies against the Carolina Panthers and the New York Football Giants and the Washington Commanders. They're bullies against those teams.
They're better on Sunday against those teams.
Again, call it what you want. We have differences of verbiage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say they're bullies to those teams. But those same players that I see that are great athletes, right? That athleticism and stuff, don't go away from Sunday to Sunday. The coaching they're getting doesn't go away from Sunday to Sunday. The only thing that changes in the scenario from Sunday to Sunday is the teams that they match up against.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, bro, when it seems to me watching the games, when a team comes into Miami, and especially Buffalo, we knew what was on the line. They've been building up for this moment all season. 24 years, all the meeting ending in 24. All this shit that we heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the bully came in there and punched them in the mouth, forget about if you don't like Tua or you don't like who. The Miami Dolphins, EM, got bullied on Thursday night.
They got beat. They got beat. They lost the football game. They lost.
Got bullied. They
okay.
They get bullied by the Kansas City Chiefs, by the Baltimore Ravens, by the Buffalo Bills. Those teams come in with a mindset. It's not about skill level. It's not about the coaching and stuff. It's about the mindset that the Buffalo Bills walk in with, and the Miami Dolphins do not match that mindset.
Well,
they
if it's
just
not,
don't.
So if it's not about talent, right?
Okay. True, Lewis.
So how do you explain it? You know, the Chiefs, right? They're the gold standard in NFL right now in 2024, right, and have been for several years now. So they're highly successful against the. You know, they're the equivalent of what Buffalo. Hang on, they're the equivalent
against everybody.
When they match up with Buffalo, right? They're the equivalent of what what Buffalo is to us, right? They are the bully. They are the difficult matchup for Buffalo, the hurdle that Buffalo has to get over, right? So they beat Buffaloes, right? You can apply that to the Baltimore Ravens. You can apply that to several teams. You know, pretty much every other team in the National Football League, especially. So they go and beat Buffalo. They go and beat Baltimore, but then they go home and lay an egg against the Las Vegas Raiders. So the point that I'm making is, right, I don't give a fuck what sport it is. The talent level from team to team, bro, is really a lot smaller than what people actually realize, right? Because parity validates that statement. When you see the level of parity, you'll see one team dominate. You'll see the 49ers come in and blow out the Detroit Lions, right?
You're making your point. You're making Lewis's point for him. You said talent level is close. The only thing that separates is the mentality. The mentality is what's breaking these teams.
May I please finish?
Yes. But I get what you're saying.
So
right?
I am not. I don't put that on. It's not a mentality, bro. Right? It could just be in terms of being weak-minded. Right? It's a coaching issue. It's a week to week game, right? The NFL, the NBA, it's week to week, bro. And whoever's better on that specific day,
as a moderator,
coaching wise,
I feel I need to inject the fact that EM, to be fair, the Kansas City doesn't absolutely outclass the Bills. They might beat them, but they don't embarrass them like we get embarrassed by the Bills.
And again,
they're just on another level, bro. They're just on another level, bro.
Hold on. What I'm saying is we always go back to the coaching and this and that. We were in a dogfight week 1, right? And we all came out after the victory against the Jaguars and said, hey, they showed grit. They showed heart. But we don't consider the Jacksonville Jaguars as a bully, bro. Right? It was just a tough game, 2 evenly matched teams, you want to say, because they have weapons. They're stout on defense. We have weapons. We're stout on defense. Okay, even matchup. One team won, one team lost. I get it. The Dolphins pulled that out. But I can't go with again, bro, it's 5 years of this now. Forget about the coaching. It was the same shit under Brian Flores. When the bully matches up with these players, bro, they fold.
See,
it's every matchup.
See, hang on. Foundationally, this is where we part ways. My definition of being weak-minded are the ones that don't get up, right? That are running, that abandon the task at hand. That say, "Fuck it, I cannot accomplish this. I'm going to do something else."
Nobody showed up on Thursday, Ian.
To me,
Nobody
that is the definition of being weak-minded. When you are consistently getting up day after day to defeat whatever giant that is in front of you, bro, right? That's not a weak-minded individual. Again, it might just take you a while to get over that hurdle. We see it in sports all the time. How long did it take Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts to dethrone and get over that hump with the New England Patriots? How long did that happen? How long did that take? Were they weak-minded motherfuckers? Were they weak-minded people?
Keep doing.
I'm asking you. I'm just asking.
Ian, we can't. Ian, bro, we can't keep doing this shit.
I'm just asking you, bro.
It's been 5 years, bro. We can't keep doing this shit, bro.
No. At the end of the day,
these lame excuses, bro. We can't keep doing this.
What? That's not an excuse. That's reality, bro. What are you talking about? That ain't no excuse. I don't make excuses for nobody.
I'm not. Again, I'm just saying in the conversation in general. For 5 years now, all I hear is it's coaching. It was coaching with Brian Flores. Now with these losses, I'm hearing is coaching with Mike McDaniel. At the end of the day, bro, I'm tired of this team. They show up when it really doesn't matter. But when the game is on the line and
that's not being weak-minded.
They don't show up.
That's not because they're weak-minded, bro. They've just been overmatched. They've been overmatched from a coaching perspective. They've been overmatched from a talent perspective. Period.
Who's outmatching talent for the Miami Dolphins, Ian? What team is more talented than the Miami Dolphins?
Well, first off, okay, this team is extremely top heavy, right? As presently constructed right now. You got
all we talked about in this offseason was depth. All we talked about was depth.
But is that was all that team on paper that they were putting together March, right? April, June, July? Did they have all of those weapons and people at their disposal Thursday night? Asking for a friend.
Man, here we go, man.
Asking for a friend. Asking for a friend.
So I shouldn't talk about it. That's not my fault that Odell Beckham ain't ready.
But nobody's saying you shouldn't talk about it. My only issue with you is that you're saying these guys are soft-minded people, and that is fucking ridiculous, bro. That is fucking ridiculous. They got beat.
They got
out-coached. They got out-coached on that day, right? No, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
For 5 years, they've been getting out coached for 5 years.
And first off, we've been losing against them for 5 years, bro. But there's been a lot of players that have been coming and going on this team. Calais Campbell is soft, bro. Calais Campbell, who is is on a Hall of Fame trajectory, right? We just brought him in first year in Miami. Who's been one of the most dominant players at his respective position. That motherfucker is soft.
No. Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. No, Calais Campbell with the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Baltimore Ravens. Hell no, it's not soft. But this weak mindset that the Miami Dolphins have, again, bro, when you walk into the facility, let's not paint a picture no more and make these excuses. When you walk into the building, the first thing you see is a 60-foot slide. We're fucking grown men that are paid handsomely to play a vicious, violent sport, which is
so no other team has that in their facilities, bro.
Show me a slide.
No other team has pool tables. No other team has video game. The PlayStation 5s. No other team has any other.
Ian, stop, bro. Stop.
So no other team has those things available to their players, bro.
Do you think?
I want to swim in.
Do you think the Baltimore Ravens have a slide in their facility?
I advise you to look up. I advise you to look up on Google it or on YouTube or whatever. Look up the Dallas. And I know it's a different sport, but look at the Dallas man. Look how Mark Cuban treats his fucking
Basketball,
player. That
right? We're
team you
talking about
love, right?
football.
That team you love. I know it's a different sport, but again, at the end of the day, you got to have a means of escape. You can't be just sitting up 100% of your of the time you spend in that facility have to be focused on football. I mean, that's just life, bro. You need a means of escape. And I look at things like that, having, video games, pool tables. They had the air hockey table set up at one point. That is just a means for the players to escape the daily fucking grind, bro. So no, that's not a reflection of quote unquote being soft, bro. I'm sorry.
Who was you saying not available? That's the part I missed.
Odell, right? Again, look, and again, okay,
Odell
we're talking about. Hang on real quick. Hang on real quick. And then, okay, let's go to the matchups. How we match up with the Baltimore Ravens, how we match up with Buffalo Bills, with the Kansas City Chiefs. Sure, from the outside, people look at names like Jalen Waddle, Tua Tagovailoa, obviously Tyreek Hill, players like that. And they say, oh, the Dolphins are crazy talented, which they are, right? But when you're talking about where football actually matters in the trenches, did you pay attention how overly matched they were in the trenches against Buffalo on Thursday? Now, again,
but we're saying that now, though. Remember going into the season how we heavily discounted Buffalo's roster. Oh, they're on the decline. There's no freaking way they match up against us. All over the field, position by position.
Well, again, at the time,
going into the season about the Buffalo Bills, not our roster. Everybody in our fan base heavily discounted everything they had to offer, from the wide receiver group to the tight end room to the freaking. They even discounted the quarterback at sometimes.
Again, that was an on paper. That was an on paper like evaluation, because we didn't have a sample size in terms of the season to evaluate. That was, again, on paper. That's why when I talk about all the moves, no matter what year, right? Whatever acquisitions, whatever team, whatever players we choose to let go, right? I always preface everything with my off the season evaluation with on paper as it stands right now. We always have to wait and see what the season bears out. But as of right now, I agree or disagree with the moves my respective teams are making. So now that we have data, we've got a 2-game sample size. Well, then the valuation is altered based off what the film says, based off what the data is saying. So that is where we are right now. The Dolphins look overly matched. And again, going back to last year, when you matched up, right? And again, they had a lot of guys hurt and out on the O-line last year, whatever. We all know that. We're well aware of that, right? But this year, the Dolphins, and myself, maybe I hadn't been overly as critical as others, right, but I think
it's based on how they performed on the field. But their roster construction didn't change dramatically in 2 weeks from the Buffalo Bills standpoint. They had who they had going into the season.
What's that?
I'm talking about the Bills. I'm saying the Bills roster didn't change dramatically in 2 weeks.
What do you mean? So how was that? How was that relevant to them being overmatched on Thursday night? How is that relevant to the topic at hand?
Because we assumed, based on what we had going into the season, and based on what they had, it was going to be a different outcome.
So Buffalo didn't make it
the same thing.
So Buffalo didn't bring players. They didn't add to what they had building off from last year. They didn't do that in the offseason.
Listen to our fan base. It was nothing but subtractions on their side of the ball.
Well, I can't speak for you didn't hear me say that. I can't speak for every other fan, so I don't know what you're talking about. I can only control I can only control what comes out of my mouth. So at the end of the day, yeah, I know you've heard me. I know several people that, again, when I come in and out of these platforms and Twitter spaces or whatnot, I've always said the Dolphins, as of right now, I agree with a lot of the moves they make, but if there's a major vulnerability, right, it's definitely on that interior O-line. We saw it manifest itself against Jacksonville. We saw it rear its ugly head even more so against Buffalo, right? So at the end of the day, that is the reality of the situation. This is not making excuses, because y'all, again, Lewis saying
basically you're saying we're toasting because Seattle's front seven is not that much weaker than the Bills.
Well, again, if they don't get this shit turned around, bro, if they don't get it turned around, absolutely we are, because we'll never beat, right? We'll never beat Buffalo We'll never beat Kansas City. We'll never beat Baltimore. We'll never beat the Lions. We'll never beat the 49ers because they are built. They are vastly better coached, and they have better talent than us on the on their D lines matched up against our O line, especially on the interior. That is a fact. So it is what it is. This is the path that they chose. This is the path that they chose. This is again, Chris Greer said, and again, I hope that comes to fruition. 2 years in a row, basically, he said, y'all are more worried about the O-line than we are. Well, we'll see how what that bears out. But as a way,
it cost him his job. It sounds like that'll cost him his job.
It could. Depending on how again, how hard we fall on our face, it very well might. So at the end of the day, bro, we'll see what. And again, let's keep it in perspective. This is week 2, bro. Come on, people
He knows where the bodies are buried. I don't think he loses. He gets promoted.
He may or may not. But at the end of the day, bro, listen. Let's keep it in perspective. This is week 2, bro. Going into week 3. People are jumping off cliffs, right? People are, blowing their houses up. They are acting a goddamn fool, right? After 2 goddamn games. Come on, bro. Really? Can we wait?
Hey, they see the danger sign, man. It's like the Chernobyl, man. They see the radioactive symbols being hung up outside the doors. So, they just trying to abandon ship while they can.
After 2 goddamn games, bro. Come on,
hey, the
bro.
radioactive signs are being hung up, EM. You gotta
and they do this shit every fucking year. one bad rep, not quarter, not half, not game, right? One bad rep and Liam Eichenberg whiffed on that block. Here we go. Get it out of here. We gotta blow it up. We got to blow this thing up. We got to hit the tank button, right?
Hey, listen, I already said
who's the top quarterback coming out in 2025 draft? We got to hit the tank button. We got to start tanking right now. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop this foolishness, bro.
It's Hurricane Watch night every week. Hurricane Watch. Cam Ward time, EM.
Yeah,
I got a question for EM.
Would it surprise you to know, and maybe comfort you to know, that Tua's pressure rate the other night was only 7.1%.
Wow, it was lower than his season average last year. I think it was 15% last year, right?
Now I'm not. Hey, Tua had a bad game, bro. There's no doubt about that.
I'm saying though, but I'm saying
the pressure.
What I'm saying though is a good pressure rate is like 20%. You can clap for your offensive line at 20%.
Here's the thing, right?
His was 7.
And we only have to go on what we have to go on when we make our assumptions of this team. And on paper, and by the team's own admission with contract extensions for everybody and their mother, that they've believed in this football team's talent and abilities. And I'm saying that when I look at this team on abilities and talent, I agree with them. So that leaves me to mentality. That is what's left. And I have to err on the
coaching?
fact that
you disregarding coaching?
I'm not disregarding coaching, but again, let's not act like not everybody in this fucking fan base have been calling him McGenius since before he got him. Okay, let's not act like he isn't McGenius. Let's not act like
you ain't never heard me say that. Fuck out of here with that, Cap. You ain't never heard me say that. I've been killing motherfuckers.
Hold on.
When that motherfucker came into the league and everybody was like, "Oh, he's the fucking," I was killing motherfuckers for that.
But his point still applies, bro. Because maybe not you, but
you know that it's a fact. You know that's a fact.
I don't care about none of that. Cam Ward alert is on. God damn it. We got to bring her.
Oh shit! You hitting the tank button already, Crypto? you hitting that button already? All right, okay.
Hey, it's 300K per game. It's 300K per game, EM. That's all we need.
All right, okay, all right.
Let's get that GoFundMe pay going.
Here's
300K tank per game.
Here's the deal. Okay, this team, by all admission, had the highest of expectations,
and they still do.
It seems, and they still do, and they still will. And it's, to me, and we can be critical of coaching and play calling, and we can be critical of this, but we can also be equally critical of mentality. Because, look, this hype train is them. They're the one building it up. The organization, the players. the
agree.
contracts. So when they falter, I'm allowed to be critical. And I agree that it's not a lack of talent. I agree that it's not a lack of skills or coaching or anything that we possess, whether they're effectiveness or wrongdoings, whatever. Bad coaching is a sign of bad mentality because he is obviously feeling some kind of way when the Bills
But
are in
bad and
town.
soft are two different things. Being bad and
No.
being soft are two different things, Cap.
It's fucking soft because I'm
Being
sorry.
bad is means you're incompetent. Being soft is that you have no heart. Those are two totally different distinctions.
Oh, he meant bad
think
mentality
That's
is what
true,
he meant.
Em.
I don't think they have, and I don't think they're incompetent because I've seen them be very competent against people that they feel confident in, and competence and confidence run hand in hand with the football team, and they don't have confidence against these other teams because they're scared, and that's the facts.
So what you're saying? You think the GM? You think the head
Who's
coach?
making them
You think all these players are scared, right? Of Buffalo and all these upper tier teams. I need that on wax, Cap. I need that confirmation on wax. That's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna put the big cap rubber stamp up on this bitch right now.
Okay,
I'm gonna put it to you in these words.
All I know is when you're down in that, when you at them tailgates before the game starts, and you see one of them goddamn players walking out, and they see your ass. Hey, ain't that motherfucker from the tailgate that called us off? All right, well, have that conversation with them motherfuckers then.
Listen, I'll be wearing. Hold on, color. I'll be wearing.
You can't elaborate on that, Em.
I'll be wearing.
When they catch your ass out there at Tony's tailgate, motherfucker, when Jalen Phillips and Calais Campbell, hey, ain't that motherfucker just last week on the tailgate said that I'm sorry. Oh, well, let him say that in my face.
And listen, I appreciate that they listen, and they'll be able to pick me out of the crowd because I'll be the only guy in a purple jacket. Come over and we'll have a conversation.
Well,
that's what I'm gonna say.
We started with soft. Now we're scared, bro. Oh,
listen,
man.
I'm gonna tell you.
I gotta respectfully, emphatically disagree. This is ridiculous.
Even I wasn't scared, man.
Let me land, okay? They're not scared of the opponent. They're afraid of failure. And it becomes to this point where it brews and festers in their head because they put all this pressure on themselves rather than believing in their abilities. Rather than them believing in their abilities and going out there and doing what we know they can do, they're looking at the Bills as this mountain to climb. And I'm just saying that's just another fucking football team. But now it's in their head and it's affected their mentality, and that's the fact.
See, and another thing too, bro, why I don't think it's the mentality, bro. If you look at how we lose, if you look at going back under the Mike McDaniel regime, right, for 3 years now.
I know where you're going with this, and I agree with it, but go ahead.
When you look at how we lose, it's basically a copy and paste job virtually with every one of these teams on how they scheme us, right? So
yeah, again, bust up the line of scrimmage. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, this is where
keep 9 in the box. Keep 9 in the box.
Okay, this is where this is why I don't think I put it on more heat against the better tier, the upper tier teams where it's more incompetence than anything else. Is because we haven't seen Mike McDaniel consistently adjust on how these teams are schemed. We saw it again Thursday night. So again, it's more incompetence in my opinion.
There is a correlation. There is a correlation with our wins and losses. There's a correlation in the Mike McDaniel area with the wins and losses. This is what I thought you were going to say. The wins, we dog walk them. The losses, we can't seem to get our act together. It's like we're either outclassed or outclassing them. That's what it seems like.
Bro, like I said, when it comes to the better teams, they are just better, right? Andy Reid is just better. Sean McDermott is just better. John Harbaugh is just better. Kyle Shanahan, is just better at this point in time. And again,
Mike McDaniel, the leader of the team, and here's what I think, right? It's going against Kansas City. They can feel his tension and his lack of confidence in going against Andy Reid or Mike McDermott or whomever puts doubt mentally into the team. And it shows up like that on Sunday. It shows that on Sunday.
Nobody was saying anybody was better than Doogie Howser.
Who the fuck is Doogie Howser?
There wasn't no better doctors in the hospital than Doogie Howser.
I have no idea who the fuck Doogie. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You know damn well who Doogie Howser
I
is.
don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about, Color.
Color.
You don't know Doogie Howser, Ian?
Color, no bullshit.
Nah,
I don't really
what the
know
fuck
that.
is
I know
that?
who you're talking about, but I don't know.
Crypto,
who
you
that
hearing
well.
these?
Doogie
You hearing
Howser
these
is
kids? Crypto, these kids don't know who Doogie Howser is, bro.
Hey, I'm not no kid, but I don't know who Doogie
Doogie
Howser is. What is that?
Hey, EM, when's the last time you've been too young to fucking relate to something? You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I ain't no fuck. Hey, bro. Hey, listen. I don't know what Doogie Howser mean. I don't know what that is, bro.
Doogie Howser was like a 16-year-old medical doctor at a hospital, and played by who is he played by? Crypto, that one guy. I can't remember his name.
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris.
That's his name,
And
Neil Patrick Harris.
He was like the smartest doctor in the hospital too. It wasn't just that he was a young doctor. It was like he was the smartest one in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. But yeah, like I said, bro, like
listen to that, bro. Both Crypto and I are both Gen X, actually. Context. So technically,
nah, y'all are talking to us in Boomer. I agree
we're
with
not
context.
boomers, but we are talking in Boomer. We
I'm not a
certainly are
boomer.
talking in Boomer.
My parent is a boomer. Yeah.
Right. We're talking in Boomer for sure.
I'm the
Crypto,
child of a boomer.
even though we're not.
Yeah.
Right.
Gen X, right. Gen X for the record.
You McDaniel.
So, but yeah, back to Mike McDaniel. You know, listen, there's a lot of blame that needs to be, needs to go around. But I just think, due to the lack of success that we've had against these better teams, and you look at the common thread between all of these teams, right? They are scheming us, virtually the same way. I'm not saying for the entire 60-minute football game, but they're taking away everything and again, that's football, right? That's football. It's a copycat league. And, once the 49ers put that blueprint out, we haven't been the same offense. When was that?
So you mean they're taking away everything we do well on offense while doing whatever they want to us on defense, right?
Well, I wouldn't listen.
Sounds like football.
Exactly. Like I said, it's football. Like I said, it's a copycat league. That's football, right? But again, we haven't seen enough of a consistent enough of a counter from Mike McDaniel.
Chargers and old coach did that too.
Yeah, what's that, Crypto?
Remember in the first matchup on that? I think it was a Friday or Sunday night or Saturday night. Remember when he put out the tape saying that we're defending. This is how we're defending them. Press coverage and jam them and all this other stuff. He put out there about Waddle and Tyreek.
You see,
he said,
what we have to do, gentlemen, we have to take away everything they do well, while simultaneously making sure we do whatever the hell we want to on them. Are you with me, boys?
And here's where we should all be even more critical of fucking. We should even be more critical of fucking Mike McDaniel, right? And again, I'm not saying he's 100% of the blame, but when he comes out just a couple weeks ago, and I forget who the press member was that addressed him, and they asked him about how teams are scheming him or whatever, and he basically acknowledged they are aware of it. A, and then B. He's saying, well, we need to be better in this area. We need to be better in that area to get these teams out of these specific coverages that we're seeing, right? And you get to the game time, right? The game comes and you don't do it. I mean, bro, like that is, I don't know why the fan base, where's the outrage? This man is telling you they're aware of, and again, they watch film. They can watch film a hell of a lot better than I can, right? So when we on backstage on platforms evaluating all 22, having discussions about the game and whatnot, if I can see, right, somebody that just, in terms of my knowledge base of the game, self-taught for the most part, right? If I can see and watch and evaluate film and point out issues and weaknesses, deficiencies, them motherfuckers get paid millions upon millions of dollars to be 50 million times better in that regard than I am. You acknowledge a lot of the same things that I see, right? When I hear him say things at his press conference, I'm like, yeah, I saw that on tape. Yeah, I saw that on tape. But then you get to the fucking game, you acknowledge these issues are facing you,
Right.
but you get to the game and you don't make it. You don't make. There's no counter available.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Crypto Von Joe, welcome Von Joe. Von Joe says, "Crypto old ass ain't a boomer or Gen X. Crypto's a BC before Christ old ass. Crypto and Judas went to the same high school. Caesar got stabbed at crypto high school reunion, not a Senate meeting."
Bon Joe, use a hoe for that. God damn it.
Hang on, real quick. Hang on, real quick. KP, why you in here with this foolishness, bro? Stop it.
Von Joe,
stop that nonsense, bro. Who took away from Tua? I said
Cut
Tua
it
played
out,
a bad
Von Joe.
goddamn game. Fuck out of here. You out here dropping that dumbass shit in the chat, bro. You need to stop.
Uh-oh.
Stay on his neck, KP. Stay on his neck. He's trying to
ain't staying on
deflect.
shit.
Stay on his neck, KP. He's trying to deflect for his boy Tua. He's trying to deflect for Tua.
Stay on it. Stay on
ask
it.
Anybody.
Jump up and down.
Ask anybody.
Turn up, goddammit. Turn up,
ask
goddammit.
anyone after that fucking game on Thursday night that had a private conversation with me. What was the first thing come out of my mouth? And what I've been saying consistently about Tua. Not only Thursday, but go back to the first game, right? Anybody that had a conversation with me, what have I been saying? Tua doesn't look right to me. Anybody that knows I've been consistent about that since the first game. So get the fuck out of here with that nonsense, bro.
What do you mean by didn't look right? Are you one of these people that are insinuating that Tua was already woozy before the game started?
No, I'm saying no. He's been off with, again, he's been missing routine throws, right? He just hadn't been as accurate as we've seen him, especially at this point of the season.
Oh, prior to the Jacksonville game, like he came.
Okay, hold on a second. EM, are you saying that the money changed Tua?
No, bro. No, I don't know what the reason is. I don't know what the reason is. But again, and I'm not the only one that sees that on film. Like, there's a lot of people, right? Even again, people that are in NFL circles, people that are in, again, a million times more established now I'll ever be. They see that too. Like, damn, I don't know why Tua would miss this throw. Like, he makes that routine, and we've seen it in Jacksonville. We saw it Thursday night. So my only issue with KP, bro, you trying to paint me out to be some fucking Tua near, bro? You need to stop that dumbass shit, bro. Stop it. You've been listening to me long enough to know I call it. If there's anybody in this goddamn community that calls it, it keeps it down the fucking middle, that would be EM fucking Dolphin fan. Fuck out of here.
Listen, I will co-sign it into this. EM is only second to me in keeping it the fuck real in this bitch. That's it.
Get the fuck out of here.
You're second.
Ain't nobody. No.
Oh
shit! They're the terrible take juice. Damn, not the juice, dog. Not the juice. Yeah, not the juice.
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what the fuck that is, bro. Because there ain't no such thing as terrible takes and EM in the same guy. EM Dolphin fan in the same goddamn sentence. Goddamn it.
That is extra medicated Dolphin fan.
Yeah,
you guys might want to take a sip of that. one teaspoon in the morning, one at night.
Hey, you can always tell when EM's coming through the neighborhood because it's sip, sipping on the scissor, sipping on the scissor. He's playing that 3-6, dog.
he gets that right out of the tap.
That shit is crazy. That shit is fucking crazy, bro. But I will say this though. I've been relatively, at least publicly, I've been relatively quiet. This is a critical point again, and it's week 3, and there's so much more football to be played. But again, this is where my issues, the majority of my criticism lies with the head coach, because you were brought in to address the offense, to address the quarterback. And again, I'm not absolving Tua of anything. I am just saying, based off when you look at the film, right? And again, you take Tua's inconsistent play into consideration. But if not only in these 2 games, our offense going back to last year, and again, facing these, the better teams, this offense is fucking terrible.
Well, that's the thing. EM.
Terrible.
It's these good teams, and I get it. Good teams, good players, good coaches, that stuff. And those are contextually things to consider. But at this point, because it's so regular, because it's so it's happening on cue. We go against a winning playoff type of football team, and the Dolphins can't get it done. To me, it has to be mental because of that. Because I mean, we're a good fucking football team. We have talent. We put together what I perceive to be the best roster I've ever seen in this town. Why is it not happening? It has
You're
to
only
be
as
a
good as the
mental
team
thing.
you beat, though.
Well, Cap.
You're only as
Now
good
you
as
know
the
what?
team
I'll
you
make
beat.
a marginal concession there in terms of it being mental. Yeah, they are clearly in Mike McDaniel's head, right? They've keyed in, they've figured out his tendencies, right? What he likes to do, when he likes to do it. Yeah, they're in his head clearly, but that don't make him soft. Again, I lean more towards incompetence because he don't have a counter for it. It's like he's a deer in head. Did you see, bro? I know we all saw it, but did you see the look on his face? And not only when Tua got hurt, but throughout the game. This motherfucker he looked confused. He looked like he did not have an answer for anything Buffalo was doing defensively. He like a fucking deer in headlights. I'm sorry, bro. The optics were unacceptable. The optics were terrible.
I'll say
Thursday
this:
night.
every stunt move,
He does have that
every
deer in the
stunt
headlights look
move,
at times.
every
Like,
stunt
God
move
damn.
that D-line pulled got home. Every single one.
Man,
And
bro,
they were doing whatever they wanted. They were like, oh, we're gonna do. Everyone's stunting on this one. Both inside guys would bounce outside, and the outside guys would go in, and there was nothing we could do to stop it.
Again, bro, like that. But if they go Sunday, right? If they go up to Seattle and they lay a motherfucking egg Sunday, I'm gonna act a goddamn fool. Like I know people are accustomed over the years to see me acting a goddamn fool. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. I'm telling you right now, because that shit Thursday it took something out of me, bro. Like I literally said, you know what? Maybe it's time for me. And again, I'm only speaking for me. I said maybe it's time for me to really reevaluate my dedication to this team. Like I don't think people really understand. Again, I'm sure a lot of people are similar, right? Everything.
Now, why the hell did you go post that on Instagram for us to all know?
Should have posted on Instagram.
Yeah. Why didn't we break this down on from your Instagram post with Jalen Phillips? What the fuck?
Hey man, listen,
Right.
that shit like Thursday, man. That was a difficult. That was uncharted territory for me because I had never experienced internally. I sat through 1-15, right? All the 5-11s and 6-10s and all of the turmoil over the years with this team. But my dedication has always been consistent. Thursday night, bro, I was like, you know what? I say, you know what? I really need to address why am I so crazy about this fucking team and this franchise, bro? So I don't know why that happened. Why in 2024? Because it's not like the Dolphins have had a lot of success over the years, bro. I don't know why that came to me. Thursday night. Well, I'm just being transparent right now. And man, bro, like if they go Sunday and they lay an egg and the offense is just you go up there and it's a 3 field goal game. We score 9 points, which very well might happen, right?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go absolutely fucking ballistic. A and then B, I'm gonna definitely pull back from my dedication to this team, bro. In a lot of areas, you know what I mean. Not that I'm not gonna watch and follow the team, and because I love the sport, right? At the end of the day, first and foremost, but I love the Dolphins. But if they go up there Sunday, and then on top of that, if they don't meet expectation this year. If every one of their moves that they made and that they stuck their chest out about throughout the offseason, if they don't meet expectation, that's where I'm at, bro. That's just reality.
Y'all remember that scene in The Matrix when they're all dancing in Zion? You know what I mean? At the party and all that.
Yeah, the party. I remember that.
That's what it's going to look like around here when EM gets off of YouTube.
Oh, bro, like,
hey, man. Dancing in Zion.
Dancing in Zion, yeah.
Hey, you know what? We're gonna see all kinds of. We'll have to have like a burial
I'm sure that's gonna make a lot of motherfuckers happy, bro. I'm sure.
We'll have to do like a some kind of 10-gun salute or something like that. And what'll be crazy is all the people that are in chat that are gonna come up on the panels now that EM's gone. That's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna make a lot of people in the community happy, and that's fine, bro. Hey, I salute. But at the end of the day, man, listen, I am absolutely, I am a fan to my heart. I'm a fanatic to my heart about this team. I'm crazy about this team and have been for the better part of my life. Nah, man, because we deserve better, bro. We all deserve better. Period. We all deserve better at the end of the day. So people, the amount of money, the amount of emotional dedication. I mean, bro, like all of our lives revolve around the season and how well our team does.
I bought season tickets for the first time in my life this year, and we're already 2 games in, and everybody talking about tanking.
There you go.
All right, what the? No.
Well then, listen. We know whose fault it is, don't we? Color. Buying season tickets to curse the team. Thanks a lot.
Maybe you might be right.
So here's the thing, right? And I hear you, right? It's absolutely draining to me, EM. And I mean, I'm not going to go anywhere. We got this program and all that stuff, but I've gotten to that point before with this team. Shortly after the Greg Camarillo, and I don't know. I kind of, right there, sometime between Greg Camarillo and the exit of Ryan Tannehill, I took my eye off the ball with the team. And I'll say this, EM, do not leave, because when people like us, objective and football knowledge and looking at it and having what I believe to be the same type of values that are made up of a good fan base that results in having a good team. If we all walk away, this team will never get better, because I blame, at the crux of it, the fans. I blame because they're the ones that are okaying mediocrity. They're the ones okaying this type of nonsense. And if we don't get out in front of it and stand up and demand better product, we will only get what we have gotten.
We need you on the picket line, Em. We need you on the picket line, goddammit.
By the way, on Joe, that could have been where they filmed that scene for all we know.
Damn. Von Joe's saying it's going to be a freak off party. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
Who is Von Joe? Who the fuck is Von Joe?
He says, Culler, that was a Matrix movie? I thought that was the start of a P. Diddy freak-off party.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit.
Maybe that's where they filmed this.
Well, Sean Wayne said he left at 3 o'clock in the morning, so they did it at 3:02 in the morning.
All I know is I don't know who Von Joe is, but it sounds like it's all Diddy is what it sounds like, dog. That's all I know.
I don't know who Von Joe is either, but damn. Shit.
Yeah, what the feds thought was all bad stuff was really a bunch of consensual adults filming a scene for The Matrix. Who knew?
I don't know who this guy is.
And who is that? Who the fuck is that, bro?
All I know is people started talking about P. Diddy freak-off parties, and this guy shows up in
pulling
chat.
up.
That's all I know.
Yeah, he pulling up.
He pulling up with a quickness. That's all I know. Looking for his invite. That's all I know.
He need that apron. He needs to stay around so he can
Eddie. Hey, Crypto, that's not an apron. That's a hold on, let me get it out. That's a bib for the freak off party. That's what that shit is.
Oh shit! He said a bib.
Wow,
Lewis. Fuck. You could have detailed that a little more, Cap. You could elaborate on it just a little more, Cap.
Listen.
What he said bib. Wow.
Yep. All I know is that's a bib. He's eating something.
You said he needs some shit wiped off his chin, bro? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The views of the guests on this show are their own, and
Culler has exclusive rights to the.
I'm El Capitan, but on this, I'm just a guest on Color's show, and I'm doing it dirty. Right. That's all I care.
The views of the guests on this show are not shared by the host or subsidiaries.
Shit, boy, God damn.
And we will put. We will get rid of El Capitan Apple style, just like they did Steve Jobs, if we have to. So
good luck. Good luck.
Who needs enemies? That's all I gotta say.
Wow,
who the fuck needs enemies?
All I know is I didn't see any rebuttal from either Von Joe or that other guy. So only truth is spoken.
And I don't know that guy,
Man, who
but
the hell
it,
talking
but
about baby oil?
hey, real quick.
Film
I don't know the
eventually.
guy personally. I don't know that other guy personally. Not the Von Joe guy. I don't know who that is either. But the other guy, right? I don't know him personally, but I've heard his reputation. Don't he have a reputation of pulling up in the community, pulling up when people at tailgates and Twitter Spaces and YouTube
I
channels?
think you're getting it
Is that the same
confused.
guy? Is that the
I
same
think you're
guy?
getting it. Hold on. I think you're getting it confused. It was pulling out in the community, is what you heard, dog. That's what it was.
Oh shit!
Not pulling up.
Pete just started his show, so Lewis.
Shit.
He just started his show, so Lewis has some work to attend to.
Oh,
who?
Oh
yeah.
shit!
Oh shit!
Oh,
Yeah.
Are he doing some film breakdown? Is that what he doing?
I don't know.
Who just started the show? Pete just started the show.
Yeah, it's a good thing because if it starts draining my numbers, I probably need to shut it down anyway because it's already almost 3
Pete
o'clock.
acting a damn fool over there. That.
Oh shit!
Probably acting a damn fool over
Hey
there.
man, you know what? I know
He gonna
Pete.
be in
I hadn't
Seattle.
had an opportunity to listen to Pete or talk to him since everything happened on Thursday. But if there's anybody happy in this motherfucking community, it would be that. It would be him because
he's taking the smart
on
road.
cloud
He's
nine.
taking the wise road. He hasn't come out and been all rubbing it in anybody's face.
Oh, okay.
He's
been patient.
One day he basically said, "Look, Skyler loading." That's all he said. He's waiting. He knows better than to go out too far. But if Skyler gets the dub on Sunday,
he going ballistic.
Oh my god! Well,
he going ballistic.
Listen,
freaking God!
It's gonna be unleashed.
Here's the crazy part. Okay, here's the craziest part because Pete on this channel came up and literally said Tua would get injured in the Bills game. He said, "I'm happy because this is Tua's last year. He'll get injured in the Bills game, and Skyler will take over and take this football team. And if Skyler wins,
you got that audio? You got that audio?
I don't,
yes,
bro.
we
Dude,
probably do.
Go flip that up and send it to me.
Damn, that's quite the indictment right there.
Look,
bro, I'm dead serious. He said it.
Damn.
It's so many
phase
shows
one
I can't find it.
From his perspective, phase one complete from his perspective. That's all
I'm just saying he
that's phase one
predicted it.
based on that.
And I'll tell you what, if just walk down the crazy Pete road with me. If Skyler rattles off, wins, and is performing at the highest of levels, I mean, I don't know what to say. Pete will be Nostradamus.
Stop Pete.
You'll never be able to stop him.
But let's keep it real, right? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 1,000. Pete has said that multiple times. We've seen him said that. Well, we've seen that in two. When was that? The first year of Mike McDaniel when Tua, he didn't play that playoff game. We've seen it. He said Skyler. This is Skyler's team.
He did say that.
But
and we're never going to see Skyler. We'll never see Tua again. That's what he said.
In fairness, that game there was enough for Pete to still hang on because it was only a 3-point loss, this and that and the other. So, and we haven't revisited that yet. This is the first time we've been back to Skyler as the full number one in a full week of practice and all that. You know what I mean? So, from his perspective, it's like that was a cliffhanger that never got complete.
Let's pump the brakes on the Nostradamus title here, bro.
Well, listen, I'm not going to give that to him. I said
all that is wishful. He's that's blind wishful thinking. That's all that is, right? And he got lucky. Well, again. Hey. At the end of the day, see, this is why Pete is not going ballistic like he did last time. Because the last time when
he ate his words last time.
The last time when he went ballistic and acted a goddamn fool and stuck his bird chest out, right? Skyler wound up being graded out the worst quarterback in the last 30 years. Now that's why he's treading lightly.
There's reasons for that, though, bro. So what I'm saying,
he's treading lightly, him. God damn.
Oh hell yeah, he's treading lightly. According to y'all, he's treading lightly.
He's treading lightly because what happened was he touched the stove. There was enough, though, for us to say, it wasn't all Skyler's fault. And he did some things that if he had some more help with the team, we could have eked out a win. So what I'm saying is he basically touched the stove that time and whoa, got burned, but still had enough to come back around. This time he ain't touching the stove, bro. He's waiting.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Yeah, he
hopefully
learned. Listen, what Culler just pointed out is that Pete has the ability to learn, is what he pointed out. He learned the stove was hot last time. Now he's gonna remain patient before he tries to boil water.
Right. Because honestly, Ian, if Skyler was truly as bad as those numbers showed, then we would have likely got blown the hell out, and Pete would be done already with Skyler. Like, it would be done. Like, he would be discredited and whatever.
Well, let's just hope, as opposed to being graded out the worst quarterback in the last 30 years, hopefully it's just he's graded out as the last 20, within the last 20. So that's showing improvement right there.
That's a huge improvement. That's a huge improvement.
One more catch from Waddle, and he probably will.
That's improvement right there.
He's trying to get rid of them receivers, man.
Who that is?
Oh, up and then he left, man.
Cap, who was that? Cap, who was that? Who was that? What happened?
He came up just to run, man.
He called himself the Rabbit Dolphin.
That's the one with the reputation of pulling up. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he pulled up.
Guy.
He pulled up, took a couple shots, and ran. He just, drove off.
He said,
"Oh shit!"
He's like, I'm here. He pulled up, rolled down his window, winked at you, and then just drove off.
Oh shit! Yeah, but I don't know that guy. I'm sure he's
cooking you. He said he missed cooking you.
Again, never met the guy. Never met the guy. So, yeah.
So let's be real, EM. One more catch from Waddle, and that grade looks a lot better. You can't deny that, man.
But see, and I never denied that Color. My only issue.
You never did, I'm just saying people are right now.
My only issue with.
Let me give you an example. Larry L. You remember the great Larry L, right?
Who? Larry who?
Larry who? Right. You know who I'm talking about. Right.
Oh, you mean the one that told Lewis to pull up in the city of Tampa?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
The boogeyman.
I remember very well.
Lewis's boogeyman.
Before the Buffalo game, everything in the community was a spitting image of what it is right now. And that man said we were going to lose that game 42-7. That's what he said.
And we ain't seen him since.
Oh shit! Oh, so I thought Lewis was the one that ran him off the internet. Oh, so y'all are saying he got ran off the internet by the community because he said we were going to lose that game 40-7.
He cooked his own takes, dog.
Everybody was saying that week, just like they are now, bro.
That week that was a wild weekend.
And McDaniel was sitting there going, "I believe in my rookie. I believe in my rookie," and everybody's laughing at him.
Damn, how's he sound, Culler?
Yeah, they about ran McDaniel. They about ran him out. They ran him up out of here.
I thought Mike McDaniel was up on the panel with us. I didn't realize that was Culler doing it. That freaked me out. I thought that was Mike McDaniel. Holy shit.
I believe in my rookie because, everybody has a chance to,
not enough ums. Not enough ums. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Not enough what?
Hey, listen, man. I don't want to put any negative energy out there about. I'm with Skynet this week. Skyler is a starter. I'm Skynet all the way. I hope Skyler comes out.
100 yards. 100 yards.
Here we go again. Here we go again with this guy that nobody knows.
Get this man a bib. Somebody get this man a bib.
Oh,
I have an obligation. See, I'm in an area right now, but I'm getting out of it where people can hear me. I just want to make it very clear for the people that are listening.
Uh-oh.
The last two people on earth that y'all would ever have to worry about Lewis, a.k.a. the Rabid Dolphin, a.k.a. whatever else you want to call me, running from would be M. Dolphin fan and L. Crappy Tan. Those are the last two people that y'all would have to worry about me running from.
L. Crappy Tan. Oh, shit. Hey,
that's Cap. That's Cap. That's Cap.
And let me address the elephant in the room, right? Because this is real cute what I've been listening to. And again, Culler, this is your show. All due respect, you know how I feel about you.
Oh, you got the solo layout right now, bro. Have at it.
Absolutely. We are going to be friends We were friends before this Color. We're going to be friends after this. But this Skylar Thompson narrative, the kid is trash. Okay, we all know what's about to happen on Sunday afternoon. Now, will I be rooting for Skylar? Yes. But I can't believe we let
I can't
Cap
tell.
should.
Yeah.
Well, again, I cannot believe you let Cap. Question, Cap. Did you
Oh
ever
shit.
hear?
Boo this
Did you
man.
ever?
Boo this man.
Did you ever hear Pete say
What?
that Jacoby Brissett was the starting quarterback? Did you ever hear his take about Josh
Yeah.
Rosen? Did you ever hear him say that?
Oh.
Who else? Who else was the quarterback? Oh, Teddy Bridgewater. Did you hear all these other names that
Oh.
Pete said
So yes,
was going to be the starting quarterback?
I know where you're going with it, right? I do. I'm just saying, right? He literally said before the season starts that Tua was going to get concussed and be out for the season in the Bills game, and Skyler was going to come and take this team over, and we'll never see Tua again. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen even if Skyler blows the doors off this Sunday against Seattle. But I'll tell you what, come the end of the season, and if they go Skyler's our quarterback forward and he did well and he wins a playoff game and all this other shit happens, you're going to have to deal with that fucking guy being that way. Because that, I mean, dude, he predicted the game, the injury, and then the remaining parts still have to come true. And I said, if those parts come true, he will be Nostradamus. Granted, he's been wrong about everything up to this point. But the fact that he said it was going to be the Bills game on Thursday night and get injured, that would have been crazy.
And again, Cap, if you had all these parts that you're talking about, if they all happened, you would build Frankenstein. The fact of the matter is all that shit ain't happening. So it's again.
Damn, are you saying? Hold on, are you saying Pete's going to be your monster?
No,
Pete ain't
going to be shit. Pete ain't going to be shit. And again, the simple fact. This is what I was trying to tell Color. We're going to be friends after this, right? But can we stop? For the people that were saying that Skylar Thompson kept the Miami Dolphins in the fucking playoff game.
I told you I'd give you till Monday morning, bro. I'd give him till Monday morning, bro.
That's what I forgot.
Well, hold on. Just let me address something real quick about this playoff game that people are seeming to forget. That Skylar Thompson led us to 31 points. No, Skylar Thompson led us to 24. Because that defense scored 7. And the simple fact is, while they scored 7, right? They also had 8 sacks in that game and 3 turnovers. Can we stop that Skylar Thompson is the reason we were in that playoff game? Can we stop it already?
Yeah. Hey.
Well, according to you,
wait a minute.
According to you,
we
would have lost 34-7 if Skylar Thompson wasn't in that game.
Hey, real quick.
No.
Lou,
I
real
never
quick.
said that.
Lou, real quick.
Where'd the other 24
Color.
points come from?
Real quick, Color. Let me hop in before I forget again. So my rebuttal to you was, the point you made about Skylar, if he would have done this, if he would have done that, the numbers would have looked different. All that is true. I never disputed that with anyone. My only issue with it is with the people that don't apply that same logic to Tua, when we all know, again, they didn't just wait till that game to start dropping balls for Skylar.
I got you.
Right?
And we have agreed on that. We've already corrected that between you and I, because I have vehemently made sure to point out that, hey, if this catch is made here, this game looks completely different for Tua as well.
You got to keep the same energy.
I don't think that if you put Tua in there in that Buffalo game with 3 drops by Waddle, 1 important first down drop by Tyreek, another one dropped by Gesicki, if all that happens with Tua in the game, we don't win either.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. But to your point, Lou, about Pete, his approach to the community about his projections and opinions about the team, bro, it's literally throwing shit up against the wall and see what fucking sticks, bro. That has been the situation with everything that has come out of his fucking mouth. And the only thing that has stuck to this point, as we're sitting here having this conversation right now, is if he did say Tua was going to get hurt in the Buffalo game, okay, salute. That stuck. And now Skylar is the starter. That stuck. But I agree with Lewis 100%. Like I said earlier, let's bro, let's dial back the Nostradamus bullshit, bro. He's literally throwing
Again,
shit. He's been throwing shit up against the wall to see what sticks, bro.
again,
Every year, year in and year out.
He's finally. Here's why I've overreached.
Nah,
Okay,
according to Cap, that's where Cap
nah,
gets his
fuck out of
information
here.
from.
Fuck
It's
out
from
of here.
Pete.
No.
Cap, El
Overreached.
Capitan
Oh
gets
shit!
his information from
Oh,
Pete. We all heard it.
breaking news, right?
Wow.
Is that breaking news? That Pete?
Hey, hit the
What you saying,
breaking
Lou?
news, Color. Hit the breaking
Fuck
news,
out.
Color.
Is
Hit the breaking
Pete
news.
also his source of information as well? Lou,
He's a source,
is that what you saying? Oh shit!
Fuck y'all. Win.
Damn it, break. Go. Hey,
Hey,
Color, hit him again, Color. Color, hit him again, goddammit. Hit him again, Color. Hey,
oh my
hit him
God.
again, Color. Hit him again. What you waiting on?
You got
We ain't doing
Pete
that
is
shit.
his source of information.
Get the breaking news on his ass, goddammit. Hey, this is reporting live, right? We have just got confirmation that El Capitan listens to Pete's takes. I'm surprised he's still on the show right now with us because he should be over there listening to his source, his confirmed sources and his Nostradamus. Breaking news, El Capitan gets all his information from Pete's takes.
Wow.
Breaking news.
Oh, damn.
Say it ain't so, dog. Say it ain't so.
This is me, El Capitan. I just want to remind everybody about the ever-growing problem we seem to have in today's society. Most importantly, with the fake news that continues to plague us as a nation, but most importantly, as a football fandom here in the Dolphins community. We will not allow this fake news to continue to cap. That is the breaking news, that it continues to mostly be fake. Thank you.
Damn.
Hey man, that last time I checked, Cap, that skating rink don't open till 9 p.m., bro. So
I'm telling you.
Hey, you trying to sing? Hey, you singing a different tune now? That ain't what it sounded like to me a minute ago, bro.
5 minutes ago, that man was saying Nostradamus.
Not calling it. Hell yeah, bro. Calling a man a prophet. Calling a man.
Let me.
He got a crystal ball. All of that. He said Pete is the
I gotta put a face on it. Let me clarify. Okay.
Oh, that boy rattled. Hey, that boy rattled right now, boy.
Pete is the new source
fuck the
of
bullshit. I'm putting a
TFTG.
face on it, goddammit. You got me fucked up.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Anyhow, all right, let me clarify. Fuck, there's no god damn it. I feel so deep in this hole right now, goddamn. Fuck. It is the beginning of him potentially becoming. I have overreached. This is now I'm like a fucking a politician that got caught with his hand in the jar. I have overreached. I think what's happened is this is an overreaction to the fact that Pete was right for the first time ever, and that I thought maybe we're just living in a different paradigm. And if it continues and Pete becomes right ultimately in the end, then yes, I will have to call him Pete Tradamus. So that's it. That's all I got. Fuck. God damn, dude. It's hard. I feel fucking bad.
Boy, y'all had that man rattled, boy. I ain't never seen. Well,
hey, by the way, that's exclusive footage of Pete's show live in action as it's going on right now.
Am I right, bitches?
And I'm sure Pete gonna have one of his people clip this shit up.
Fred there.
So he can have his receipt in his back pocket.
You can see Fred there on the right, shaking his head. Yep.
That man is up there. That man is up there right now with Terrence, Fred, and True Talk.
Yeah. I'm sure his people clip this shit up too. He gonna be playing this on his show here shortly. So be on the lookout for that. Damn,
God
that is
damn.
hilarious, bro. All right, fellas, man. I have to get back. I need to get back out here, bro. Hey, man, salute to y'all. Hey, fins up, baby. Hey, we gonna win. We winning Sunday. I know. I kind
Yep,
of
Skynet is live.
Skynet time, baby. Skynet, bring it home, baby. Bring it home. God damn it. Hey, man. We'll till next time, fellas. We'll tap in.
All
I
right,
don't
later.
believe
All
in
right.
platitudes.
All right, Ian.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see win or lose how the fans react to Skyler. You know, because if he wins, but say he has a poor performance, you know, but we still won, they're going to go in on him. If we lose and he had a great performance, they're going to go in on him. If we win and he has a great performance, they're gonna
go in on him.
They're probably going to go in on him and go, yeah, but that's only because we got all these weapons and
No.
the Seahawks
Don't you see what's happening? Don't you see what's forming? I already figured it out. This is why they put Mike McDaniel on the hot seat, so that if we win and Skyler has a great game, they're going to immediately pivot to, oh, well, Mike McDaniel fixed all the stuff we said he needed to fix.
Yeah, it won't. They're not going to give Skyler his credit if he earns it.
I do feel bad for Skyler in a respect because I even said it last night when we were talking about the Tyler Huntley signing. I said Tyler Huntley, even if he is let's say a better player than Skyler, he doesn't know this system better than Skyler. He doesn't know these players better than Skyler.
Right.
So at the end of the day, bro, we all know that's the one thing I will say with Skyler. And we've all heard the old adage about how they say it, right? The fans love the backup quarterback more than they love the starting quarterback. And right now, Skyler is our starter.
Right.
So in the respects of, I do feel bad for Skyler on Sunday if there is a bad throw, if there is a mistake. People will be screaming already for Tyler Huntley. So in that respect, I do feel kind of bad for Skyler.
Yeah, and they'll all forget how bad the team was playing Thursday night. Tua not, Tua
Of course,
as well.
we won't be right. We
know,
won't be talking about Mike McDaniel calling the wrong play there and this and that and the other, or he should have kept running the ball or whatever. I mean, it is what it is, and that's just the way life is, right? But I just look. The guy is a backup quarterback. I mean, to Lewis's point, Tyler Huntley. First of all, he's on the practice squad with the Ravens. So he got beat out by their number 2. Okay, and we immediately put him behind Skyler. So that at least shows the faith that McDaniel has because of things like he's already in the building and all that. Maybe Tyler Huntley would be better after he catches up to speed and all that. That being said, there was never avoiding the fact that Skyler was playing this week. So, I just say, hey, this is the last time he was stuck in this situation, and these were the results of the game. I don't expect Skyler to be the reason we win. I didn't in Buffalo. You know what I mean? But he wasn't the reason we lost either. And I'm hoping we can at least get that replicated, because if he's not the reason we lose this Sunday, then we should win. This ain't Buffalo. They struggled to beat the Patriots. Yeah, they beat the Bengals, but the Bengals quarterback couldn't even grip the football by the end of the game. I mean, it is what it is. What you got, Cat?
Hey guys, no, I was over on Pete's channel and I can't believe I'm doing this. But True Talk, I got stuck in the True Talk rabbit hole. Is it true that Cam Newton was at that camp today?
I don't know. Probably not. If it came from True Talk, probably not.
Freaking True Talk. All right, so what's the agenda?
I mean, don't you think that would be something? Don't you think that'd be something that like Omar Kelly would report or something?
Nah, he got me a little. All right, so okay, look. We all know, bro. JP's trying to take one for the team, bro. I understand what he's trying to do. He's taking all the collateral damage and public relations nightmare, drama away from the team. I get that. So I know what he's trying to do, bro. I'm not trying to, kick a team while they're down, because we're on the bottom of down right now. So I'm gonna give a little bit of slack when it comes to that, bro. But it's just unfortunate right now, man, that everything that's been going on is revolving around us, and it's not in a good light. And they cannot blame the fans for this. That's where I have the problem. We were the ones that told you guys in advance, but now the fans are the problem. Now McDaniel's the problem when you guys fired the last coach for coaching. Now I want to fire this coach now? The definition of insanity, bro. Hello?
You tore it up, Cap. You
mic check 1 2.
Yeah, you tore it up, man. You unlived us all.
No, I mean, man. Yeah, no, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But yeah, man. We just gotta, hold the ground, hold it down until the cavalry arrives, man. But from what I'm hearing and seeing right now in the community, bro, I mean, enough is enough, man. Enough is enough. We gotta stick together, because everybody's jumping ship. This is not good.
That's what happens when you float around on a bunch of porpoises in the intercoastal.
Hey, I'll be back, boys. I gotta do some work stuff.
Yep, I'm probably gonna wrap it up here, Cap. Thanks for stopping by. It's getting a little late.
My back's against the wall right now. All right, boys. I'll see you guys.
All right, guys. I'll catch up with you at Pete's channel. Come by.
All right.
Yeah, let's all flood Pete's channel.
Yeah. I could do a raid, but I don't feel like doing what it takes to actually do it. So everybody, thank you for joining me once again. We need 4 for the Gipper. 4 good performances. We'll get a couple wins out of it. It's not all over with yet. At least not for me anyway. And I appreciate y'all hanging with us for as long as you did. I know it got a little off the rails, but sometimes that stuff's got to work itself out. So thank you, Cap, for life. Everybody go over to Pete's channel. He's over there bloviating, and it's always a good watch. So appreciate y'all, and have a wonderful afternoon.